Hello, everybody, and welcome to Be a Better Game Master. My name is Barker, and this is Session 10 of the Winds of Salin, entitled The New Road. I am here with James Carney from Tabletop Terrors and Absolute Tabletop, Matt Click from A Fistful of Dice and Absolute Tabletop, Cassie Richards, yes, all right, from Porch Pottery, you can check out on Facebook, I believe, and Tim from Tabletop Terrors as well as Absolute Tabletop. Cassie is also having some PC issues. That is personal computer, not politically correct. She curses all the time. Don't worry about those PC issues. But so we're going to be just taken off, and if there are some sort of technical issues, no worries. Yeah. Also, I hope you're all having fun in the chat. But we're going to kick this off right off the bat if everybody is okay with that. Give me a thumbs up if you're okay with that. James and Tim are okay. All right, let's do this. Previously on the Winds of Salin. A dark power is rising in Salin, under the noses of all those who dwell there. The legendary Zero, the mythical fifth wind of Salin, once banished to the Shadowfell by the other four, is trying to come back. The new winds of Salin, however, work to thwart his efforts by assembling the Rod of Seven Parts. This wondrous item, which once assembled, has the ability to dispel all magic for hundreds of miles around, is perhaps the only way to stop him. The winds currently hold 3 of the 7 pieces, and currently they journey to the ruined city of Hallowhall to obtain the piece that was once held there. Can they do it before Zero harnesses enough power to cross over into the material plane? Or will Salin and perhaps all of Enkea fall to this menacing power from another dimension? Perhaps, maybe they... maybe... You know... I'm sorry, I can't do this. It's just, what does it matter if Zero breaks through into the world if we tear ourselves apart first? The battle at Hallowhall killed thousands. The city in ruins. They say the dwarf... They say they collapsed the city on purpose. But maybe I'm wrong. I've never been the religious type, but I pray every day that I'm wrong. That there are people everywhere, small people, doing great things. Great things. I want you to imagine a half-elven woman. Her name is Venora. She's escorting a group of children out of Hallowhall, children who are both dwarven and elvish. I want you to imagine a wood elf holding a bow, walking outside of Hallowhall, down the road, a refugee now. His name is Kalen. He's covered in the dust of Hallowhall, and everybody's watching him as if he's an evil menace to be stopped. He's not. He wasn't even part of the battle. Small people like Reed Thornweave, the halfling that served at Hallowhall before it was collapsed. A halfling that, well, has some darker secrets. And lastly, well, or perhaps not, Ivo Rakin, who gave his life to save every single person that I've just named. So maybe I'm wrong. Maybe hope is not all lost. You see a dragonborn. sharpening his axe. We have here the last of a lost family, with revenge on his mind. We see darkness, and amidst that darkness, you realize the darkness is a face, and an eye opens, and you see a white, hot iris. We have Quintrec Keen, pulled apart in two separate directions. One human, one something else. You see him as the Reach, the ship of Conbadris of Maricor, crashing into the Crimson Wood. You see his infamous, his renowned, beautiful weapon, a strange sword that is also part loot. You see it vanish in thin air, sucked into the dark portal to the Shadowfell in Salin, which works to suck all magic out of the air before it was closed. You see it fall into the Shadowfell. You see it get darker and darker and darker. You see a gnome with feral qualities wake up out of a nightmare, perhaps, finding himself back in the barracks at Outpost Red. You have tears coming out of your eyes. You don't know where they come from, but they're wiped away easily. And you have Nymeria Forest Walker, young Nymeria, looking in her books. This book in particular, that she had read but 8 years ago, was called Words and Phrases of the Realm. She's specifically looking at the dictionary term for Chea, C-H-E-A, noun, meaning person or sentient life form. But that's wrong. The direct translation is footprints. For an Enkea, everybody, every single life form, every elf, every human, every dwarf, every sentient creature is but a set of footprints on the world. You, each of you, in Outpost Red, in the barracks, having woken up, realize that the reason you woke up is a commotion outside. And that's where we start our adventure. With these thousands of footprints, thousands of Chea, walking through the road past Outpost Red, and it appears that the refugees of Hallowhall have arrived. We're going to start with Gaharl. Go ahead and describe your character while describing your actions of what you do upon the sight of these refugees.
Gaharl, clanless, in a tall, bronze dragonborn, brass, gets up swiftly, grabbing his axe. The little time he's been in this makeshift fort, this uncomfortable area outside of Hallowhall, he's not felt very at home or comfortable. Nothing has seemed right for a while. And if you've ever been sick, and this happens to Gaharl sometimes, occasionally he'll get sick and he forgets what it feels like to no longer be sick. And he feels that way. It's almost as though he doesn't remember what it feels like not to feel the way that he still feels. And as he hears this commotion, knowing that the rumblings from Hallowhall, as far away as it is, seem to have stopped, or at least they're further apart from how as close as they have been recently. So he's confused at this sound and donning his armor and grabbing his axe, not sure what to expect upon seeing the refugees. immediately he understands.
Gaharl, you see that they are scared, that these people are afraid, perhaps of what came in Hallowhall and perhaps of what dwells in the forest. Nymeria, you see specifically a refugee, half-elf woman. She's walking along children, both elves and dwarves, mind you. They're passing you as you kind of wipe the sleep from your eyes and become fully awake. Go and describe your character and tell me what you do.
Like Kaharl, she woke quickly and reflexively reached for her trusty spider staff that has thankfully survived the rigorous adventures that they've already been through. And seeing this woman leading these innocent little children, seeing the sadness, the exhaustion just emanating from all of their pores, she looks to see if there's anybody else, any other parents maybe with these children, but they seem almost alone in this ocean of ragged people. And she approaches them. How long have you all been on the road now? Where are these children? Where are you going?
People are beginning to stop kind of and mill around in front of the in front of Outpost Red, and this half-elven woman hears your voice and looks to you, and I'd like to offer a sincere apology to Nikki Brown, whose character she played in the Trenches of Hallowhall one-shot group game, that I'm referring to her character now, and I don't know a New Zealand accent. So today, Nikki, you are speaking the Queen's English. Okay. She looks to you, and she says, "I'm sorry. What was that?" And she's, "Sven, please, come here." And a small child dwarf comes kind of waddling up, holding a wooden battle axe clutched closely to his chest as he's trying to stay with the group, and she's trying to keep everybody in the same place. But she didn't hear your question. She asked you to rephrase it.
What, if you can specifically say, has drawn you away from Hallowhall? Why are you here? What has brought you here?
The look that she gives you is so dumbfounded, Nymeria, that it would be like you asking her for 9 million pieces of Durakis ducats. It's just unbelievable. The answer, of course, she says, "What do you mean, why did we leave Hallowhall? The city's gone. It's devastated. It's destroyed. Don't you know that?" And she kind of looks to the sky as if to point to something. And you, Nymeria, know that she might be referencing the ash that's falling. But the canopy of the forest is preventing the ash from being seen or reaching the ground. But the magical effects, or specifically the anti-magic effects of the ash, can still be felt.
Why are you stopping at Redfort? Do you see how run down this is?
She looks to the outpost and she says, "Compared to the ruins of Hallowhall, this is the safest place I've known in many days. But no worries, I won't stay for long." And she looks to the children and says, "These are my charge now. Now. Quintrek, I should have done this at the beginning, but I'm going to start with you, and maybe we'll go back and do this. But it's very difficult to describe something as epic as thousands of refugees. And so, when describing your character and describing what you are doing, I would like you to also describe something that you might see along a road of refugees. So go ahead, Quintrek.
the dust and the dirt that covers so many people makes them all look pale, as though they are ghouls. This white dust in the hair of children, caked on ash, not dirt, but the whitest ash that only comes from destruction. And it coats everyone. It is no respecter. It is no respecter of persons, this ash, this destruction. And I can see this. Quintrek can see this like a scar would be from a wound. This ash is the aftermath of Hallowhall. And so as these refugees walk, the other thing that Quintrek would notice is that it's like watching an ocean, because they're not walking anymore. They're bobbing in a sort of forced march. They're weary, and it's become the sort of pattern that can only exist when someone is just trying to survive. But in this, through the faces and through the moving, filthy bodies, Quintrek can see one little girl, and she looks like she's unfazed by all of it. And the white of her teeth is starkly contrasted against the ashen dirt of her face. Just this clean mouth smiles as she holds a single daisy in her hand. And Quintrek sees this and smiles himself. A half-elf, half man and half something else. He, too, for the first time in some time, smiles. And on his small, slight frame, there's something heavier resting on his shoulders. Something that follows these refugees, that goes beyond anything he's ever felt before.
What is the race of this little girl again?
I want to make her dwarven, because I don't know if I've ever seen a dwarven kid.
Cool. I imagine that they look kind of very similar to, like if you take a, probably very similar to hobbits, but more childlike, and perhaps with longer hair and a little bit fatter. But she's not. She's stocky. She's a mountain dwarf, so she's got. You already see the muscle building on her frame, and she's holding what you said was a daisy. And that's amazing to you. You haven't seen any daisies around. But I want you to do me a favor and roll a. You can roll a religion check or a history check, even an arcana check, and tell me what you get there, Tim.
Sure. All of them are. I think of those, a history check would be more of Quintrek's sort of situation. Oh wow! Hey, all right. First roll of the night is a natural 20.
Wow.
That's pretty baller.
At this point is when Quintrek realized that the daisy was called an ever daisy. That it was picked once and will never die, and these flowers are only given to the prophets of Hallowhall. The prophets. This child must be a seer. She must be something more. She must be raised to be an oracle of sorts. And then immediately when this thought crosses your mind, you hear her say, "You are missing something." But she doesn't look at you. She's looking at the daisy, and her voice sounds kind of cute and adorable, but she says, "Something that you made."
and I try to figure out for a second how to reply, and then I tried to think a response. I try to show what I'm trying to say, and what I do say is, aren't we all?
She laughs, and then stops laughing and says, "Oh, too true." But she looks to you and says, "But you will find it, I think. My powers, sorry, my gift is not as, I would say, sharpened as it could be or will be in the future. I'm just a little girl of 40 years old."
Well, thank you very much. I do love your Daisy, and I appreciate you taking the moment to tell me that. I rather feel like the thing that I'm missing is the thing that represents me the most in this world, and at this point I don't feel quite like myself.
She looks to you, and before walking off towards Venora, she says, "Well, that sounds like a good place to start. Oren, describe to me what it's like waking up. Describe to me what you see, and tell me something you find something interesting that you might find in an ocean, which is a great word to describe it, of refugees. Go ahead."
So Oren is later coming out of this barracks than the rest of his companions. He wakes up, as you said, tears coming down his face, sweat shining on his face. He doesn't jolt awake. He doesn't bolt upright, tangled in the sheets. He very calmly opens his eyes and just lays on his back and stares at the ceiling. He's just experienced something that he can't quite explain, but everything is coming into focus for him. He has been lost for a very long time, and the wine, that bottle, as he gets up out of bed, his foot hits something, and there's a clink, and he looks down and he sees that empty bottle of wine spinning lazily on the ground, and he picks it up and he sees that label, that Brambleberry Vineyards, its edges curling, and he takes another sniff from that empty bottle and tucks it into his satchel. Everything is coming into focus for Oren Brambleberry. He's starting to remember who he is. He's starting to remember where he comes from. But most importantly, he's starting to remember who is responsible for taking away his name, his voice, and his memories. He splashes some cold water on his face from a basin in the corner, and that's when he starts to become aware of the commotion outside, and he hears voices, and he hears footsteps, and over the din he can pick up the sort of timbre of his friends' voices, familiar voices. And so he gathers up his things, grabbing the unfamiliar crossbow that he purchased here at the fort, a stand-in for his lack of ability to cast spells right now. He grabs that crossbow and tucks it under his arm and heads outside, Pebble on his shoulder. And as he comes outside, the first person he probably notices, as always, is Gaharl, because Gaharl sticks out like a sore, scaly thumb. So he walks up to Gaharl and just sort of takes up a post next to him. Pebble looks up at Gaharl and says, What's going on? Who are all these people?
Looks to be they're coming from Hallowhall. You don't look so good. You sleep all right?
Orin kind of meets your gaze, Gaharl, and you see like a clarity in his vision. You're used to Orin being very sort of chaotic, feral, just kind of like listless. But he has this focus and this clarity as he looks at you, and Pebble says, best sleep we've had in a long time. We'll be all right.
Oh, it's good to hear, because, well, and he looks outside again, basically looking at this river, this sea of people, as Quint would describe it, and saying, well, that's good news, because got a long road ahead of us.
Yes, I imagine we'll be heading to Hallowhall. We'll see what Quint is finding out, and Nymeria from the refugees.
Go ahead, Quint.
So I would reapproach Gaharl, and I would approach Orin, and just say, still no magic, which is dire. And from what I can tell, these refugees, they've been marching quite some time. I was speaking with one of the younger ones. She was some sort of empath. She could speak in my mind. And she had an Everdaisy, which I haven't seen in ever. But she didn't tell me much other than, well, she told me I was going to find what I was looking for, which, as we all know, is Kingrin. Anyway, enough about myself, enough about me.
That girl hears you say the word Kingrin as she's walking away. And she stops and looks back at you, puzzled, and then continues walking. And immediately after, you see an older dwarf, like very, very old, woman with a just long, beautifully braided silver beard, and she looks to you, Quintrek, and says, "What did you say? What was that word?"
Oh, Everdaisy. It's a flower. It's very rare. I mean, she has one right there.
No. Keen. What?
Oh, Kingrin. It's a lute I made, actually. It's very special to me.
Merely, can I see it?
Hi. I seem to have lost it. I'm looking for it, actually.
Oh, no. You should not look it. Do you know what Kingrin means?
I don't know what it means. I know what it means to me, but what does it mean to you?
No, perhaps it is just a coincidence, She holds her daisy, which has grown white in its age, almost like translucent glass. And she looks to you and says, Kingrin is an ancient dead language, translated from an ancient dead language. And she looks and pauses and says, a language from another world. But no matter. It means desired grave. And she looks to you with one last passing glance and says, one would be careful to not desire their own grave too much. And she walks further down the road, grasping the hand of the small seer, the small oracle, dwarven oracle, and continues down the road, perhaps to Maricor, perhaps to find some sort of drink of water, as many of the people around you are.
And I would turn to the others. Do you think she's on about it? What? Have you ever heard this?
That was downright foreboding, Quint.
These people, they've been through a lot. I wouldn't heed the warnings of some old lady. It's just lost her home. You know what? I'd chalk it up to just misinterpretation.
Exactly.
Um,
Caharl has it right. They've been through a lot. Pay them no mind.
Pay them no mind, but
Yes.
even in the most basic of stories, there's always a little bit of truth. She's an old oracle. She must know something. Could I do I guess, a history check?
Yeah, sure. You can absolutely make a history check, or you can make like a religion check. It depends on the kind of knowledge you're trying to gain. If you're trying to learn more about, if you're trying to learn more about the oracles, if you make a religion check, you're going to learn a different thing than if you make a successful history check. Whatever you think Maria would do.
Probably history, since she's a bit of a bookworm.
Also, those daisies, you might, since you could roll history, but just a thought, you could also roll survival, because you'd probably know a lot about those plants.
She would know more about the plants, so let's do that.
Perfect.
All right. Okay, so modified 21.
Wow. Wow. What a surprise. You've traveled so far in your life. You never thought you'd see an Everdaisy. Are you kidding me? That can't be. You want to touch it. You want to smell it. You want to hold it within your grasp. You want to examine every single fiber, every single bit of sinew in every petal. But alas, you can't, but you know what that is. That is an Everdaisy. That grows only in one place, at the very, very tip top of Mount Spire. The chief peak of the Spires mountain range, blocking Salin from the southwestern entrance. Hallowhall was a city built underneath that mountaintop, and Hallowhall, as you know, used those daisies as magical items to gift to their oracles. It is said that those daisies contain wisdom greater than any Kea that walks the earth.
These daisies, we have to go to Hallowhall. Maybe all this. I know we can't do magic, but I bet that we can still get something out of those plants. That there is still this ancient magic that they've grown with. We should take a look.
If there's anything left of the place, but hopefully this search for knowledge doesn't get us killed.
You see a silver exclamation point appear at the top of Mount Spire to say that there is a quest there when you are ready. Or maybe it's a question mark. I can't remember.
Exclamation point.
I'd like
it's
to
been a long time since I played some WoW. Hey, can I just say, guys, we've played for about 40 minutes. I'm really excited that now was the first immersion-breaking joke. I'm really pumped that we made it almost an hour.
The first out loud immersion break.
I was just going to say.
We've made it.
Little
We've
white
done better.
dude, buddy.
Compared to the
think-
Dragon Grin game that Tim ran, this is nothing, dude. I can deal with this.
Oh God. Well, here's the thing. So I personally felt, especially after the joke Tim made, that I owed him one, and we're brothers, so I can do that. But I don't think I'd ever make a joke quite of that caliber in this game.
I'm gonna spell Mount Spire with a Y because come on. Anyway, so go ahead and continue if you want to continue role playing. Go ahead.
go ahead and re-immerse yourself.
Yeah, immersion. Immersion. Feel the immersion.
So
You
go
go
ahead.
ahead. No, you go, James. Please.
I was just gonna
I
ask.
insist.
No, I'll go. I'm kidding.
We've lost it. So you pulled the handbrake so hard. So I was just going to ask. So you mentioned that these were used in Hallowhall, so it seems likely that that's where she got them. I think that we were headed there. We were going to go see how things were going. I don't know. I guess I would start getting ready to head there. We all woke up. It seems morning. We have the power of flight. I think that unless if there's something else you guys want to do, but I feel like it's all these refugees are bringing me down, so I would probably want to continue on our way to what's left of Hallowhall.
And as soon as you say that, you hear a voice. I'm sorry, Matt Click. I believe I interrupted you. As soon as you say that, you hear a voice. It might have been Tim. As soon as you say that, you hear a voice that you recognize immediately. It says, "Well, I'll be damned." And you turn, and there he is. Randall the Woodsman. In his left hand, he carries a musket covered in dust. In his right hand, he carries a bowl of disgusting stew that he is distributing around to the refugees. My goodness gracious. Man, oh man, I thought I'd never see you again. But everyone else around here was saying that you grew wings and can fly and stuff. Man, you wouldn't believe the urban legends that have just popped out of the ground about you.
Randall, Randall, I did miss you. Believe it or not, we did have wings, but then the ash fell from the sky, and now we don't. I'd prove it, but there was the explosion, and that took everything away. And so, as soon as we get it back, I'll prove it.
Wait, you're telling me that you have this mystical ability now?
Well, technically, right? Tell him, Pebble. Tell him, well, Orin and Pebble. Tell him, Gahal. We do have it. It's just that it's not properly able to be exhibited at the moment.
I'll be honest. You should see a doctor about that.
Well,
Anyway.
Randall, there appears to be some sort of an anti-magic
Holy
effect.
Jangus Christmas! The owl talks. I keep forgetting. I'm sorry. Man, I'm sorry. Please, continue what you were saying. It never gets old seeing you speak. You got a beak. How do you speak those words?
And Pebble just kind of pauses for a minute after Randall and then says, energy field that appears to be blocking us all from doing anything magical. Orin is not capable of casting spells. Nymeria's spells have failed, and we're not able to utilize our abilities. And so we find ourselves at a bit of a disadvantage, I'm afraid.
No, that's right. I heard some of the folk talking about that. Some of the, what do you call them, the little kids with the flowers walking around saying weird crap all the time. Here's the thing. They said that they can't use their magic or their powers because Hallowhall blew up or something, and it put this level of anti-magic in the air. They say that oh man, this is perfect that I'm running into you. They say the rod of 7 parts, a piece of the rod, they say, held the ceiling up in Hallowhall, and when it was pulled out, when it collapsed, it reversed its ability, and now no magic, works, which I'm fine with. I wish it would. If I'm honest, I wish it would take a lot of the magic out of this stupid forest because it's getting harder and harder to hunt here. Am I right? And he just begins breaking down with tears, and he sits down and collapses on the ground, and he says, I just can't keep the face anymore. All the people.
Orin kind of turns around and kind of gives a bit of an eye roll to his companions, and then comes forward and puts his hand on Randall's shoulder and kind of gives him a pat. And Pebble says, I understand this is hard, Randall, but you mentioned the Rod of Seven Parts. You said there was a piece of it at Hallowhall.
He, as Orin pats him on the shoulder, he grasps you into an embrace, and it's just
Okay.
like, yeah, exactly. And he says, "Oh, well, yeah, there's I'm sorry, this is a bit much. A lot has changed over the past month, and anyway, yeah, they say. I mean, you read the book. They say the Rod of Seven Parts can dispel magic in hundreds of miles, and yeah, they say a piece resides in Hallowhall. I've never seen it myself. I'd never seen a single piece until you showed me yours. But there's something not right. I don't know. I imagine it's still in there. If I'm honest, I imagine it's still in the ruins. I imagine there are a lot of people. He says, I imagine there are a lot of people still in the ruins.
Right. And Orin is still kind of pulled into a tight hug, but Pebble has sort of fluttered to a little post nearby and is talking to him. And Pebble kind of looks over at the other winds and says, If the piece of the rod was removed, why wouldn't the person who removed it take it with them? What makes you say that?
He looks at you with a deadpan stare, and he says, the dwarves. They collapsed the city on purpose. They collapsed their own damn ancient city to stop the elves from getting through to Sir Salin. He looks toward the direction of Hallowhall, and he says, whoever pulled the rod out of its, I don't know, whatever it was that held the ceiling up, whenever he pulled it out, he was crushed along with everybody else, I imagine. There.
I see. And Orin sort of manages to worm his way out of Randall's grasp. Pebble flutters over to the others. If what he says is true, we should probably get to Hallowhall with all due haste and get that piece before anything bad happens.
And Gaharl says, true. This is the first reasonable account we've heard, and it's ridiculous. There's no way the dwarves would do that. And Gaharl remembers the last time he tried to comfort someone that was smaller than him. He's human, I think. Comfort a human, being larger and more imposing, especially with, his armor and his axe. And so he doesn't get too close. He begins to stretch his hand out, but he says, Randall, listen. Everybody's been through a lot, but how could you possibly know this? If the people this happened to died in Hallowhall, how? And just the a look of disbelief is on Gaharl's face. He says, there's no way.
He stands up and looks you in the face, and he says, look around you. And you see them. You see the face of an old man with what looks to be tobacco stains on his beard and chapped lips. You see the face of another man whose left side of his face is basically gone. Hair and all, skin. He's being carried on a stretcher by 4 other dwarves, one of which is saying a prayer. You're pretty sure he won't make it. You see a woman carrying 6 children, 2 of which are halflings, one of which is a human, and the other 3 are hill dwarves. None of these kids are her kids. Well, at least they weren't. Until now. The proof, the evidence, it would seem, is all around you. These people, they know what's going on. And they told me. And I don't want to believe it myself, man. I'm right there with you. Jangus. But man, people do horrible things to each other. And I don't think I've ever seen it any more than in the past month. And he looks at you, and he looks at Orn and Pebble, and he looks at Nymeria, and he looks at Quintrek, and he looks back at Nymeria, and he says, "We need more people like you. We need more. We need more heroes. We need more winds of Sir Salin. Maybe you could. I mean, I don't want to railroad you into a decision that you don't want to make, but maybe you could go to Hallowhall and help out. Maybe you could. I don't know. There must be survivors in there."
Nymeria just sighs, and earlier in their travels, she wasn't fond of humans, but seeing this rapscallion of a man just suddenly breaking down in front of them and just the devastation around them, she just solemnly nods and says, "We're going to Hallowhall."
Actually, an elf. There's an elf near you when you say Hallowhall, and he looks to you, and he kind of gives you a stern glare, the same glare that everyone else seems to be giving him. Obviously, he's an elf here in Sur Salin after the Battle of Hallowhall, in which the dwarves faced against the elves. But he's looking at you as if you said Hallowhall, and he says, "I'm sorry, what did you say? Did you?" And he looks at you and says, "Why would you call it Hallowhall? Not now."
It was by accident. Please. I just get a little tongue-tied sometimes.
And
May
some of
not.
the dwarves kind of look who were looking at him with stern glares. They kind of nod a little bit, and they're okay with it because now you realize, if you're knowledgeable in history, your character would realize that Hallowhall was a slang term given to Hallowhall by the elves to say that there's nothing in there worth a damn. That place is hollow. So, but he kind of wanders off and leaves you back to your conversation.
And Gaharl, still in very much disbelief, but having been through enough terrible things, specifically the falling of the once great house Cardale, the clan that he no longer truly counts himself a part of, at least not now. And it only begins to sink in that this could possibly have happened. And he, being a cleric, begins immediately to agree with Randall. Well, he's right. If there are people, if we could possibly save anyone, based on the reports, listen, we really ought to go there. I know that we're just 4 people right now with this, and he looks up and holds his hand. There's no ash falling because they're under the canopy, but you get what he's saying, and he says, we've got to do what we can.
I agree. We are lights in a dark time. And as Randall suggests, we can go and be lights to Hallowhall, hanging as lanterns on what Randall has said. Randall, are you going to be okay alone? Will you be coming with us?
In between, he looks kind of ashamed as he's stuffing a spoonful of his own stew into his mouth when there are just hundreds of starving refugees around him, and he kind of says, spits it out and says, right back into the bucket, and he says, "Actually, I'm not alone. I've got a family of mountain dwarfs that are staying at my hut. The place has turned into a real nice bed and breakfast. Real nice. It was a pleasant tourist attraction, but now I suppose it'll be a hostel." And he thinks for a second. He says, "It is haunted, which is kind of good because a lot of people want to see that nowadays. But it doesn't get me. It doesn't help out when you're living at the place. But I'm never alone. I got me and that ghost, the old Holly, I call her."
The place is still haunted by Krengus. Well, in any event, you always were a nervous eater. I would say finish your stew and As long as you think you're good, then I think you're good. Just take care of yourself, Randall. You don't quite know it, but you're one of the ones who helped me understand how real magic is. I didn't believe in the rod, 7 parts. And now I understand that it's more real than some of the things that we see. So
There's something about you, Quint. He looks you in the eyes. It's just something, I don't know, different. About all of you, not just you, Quint, but I mean, and he kind of looks at your left eye. I believe it was your left eye, just with like flash of white iris in there.
yeah,
And he looks at Nymeria and says, "And you all look just dirty. Honestly, you should get to Hallowhall and take a bath immediately. But really, in all seriousness, I think there are people there that could use your help."
We'll go and do whatever we can to help these people. And it's so good of you and Holly to just open up your place to help these people. Do what you can, Randall. We know it's hard. And she looks at everyone for a brief moment. But every little bit counts.
You're right there, Nymeria. And Holly is quite a host, if I'm honest. She definitely she brings in some good money. Takes a sip of the stew. But if I'm honest, I'd like to be on my way. I'm gonna help these people maybe find homes in Maricor or Astracor up north. I don't know. It seems like there's just a shortage of safe places nowadays.
Randall, might you be able to carry a message for us to Khan Baris?
Oh, sure. I'm head there right now. What do you want me to tell him?
Well, we have every intention of dealing with this anti-magic snowfall that's happening. As soon as that's alleviated, it would help us out quite a bit if he could send every available airship to the ruins of Hallowhall, because, well, if we find survivors, we're going to need transportation for them.
That's a really good point there. You know what? I don't think he's got any more airships since you guys... Well, never mind. I don't think he's got any airships, but I'll bet you he could probably pull some strings with Myra, Astracor, perhaps even Talonfall, get some help to Hallowhall. You know, all these hill dwarves, they're pretty sad about their mountain dwarven brethren.
Yeah, any help that they could send as quickly as possible would be very much appreciated, as long as the Ventigators are able to do their thing aboard the airships. We would, of course, write up something official and sign it if it would help plead our case.
Well, I imagine that'll take about 2 days, probably 3 or 4 at the tops. But I'll absolutely do it for you, Mr. Wait. And he looks at Orin, then looks back at Pebble. Porin. Speaking of Porin, there's word on the street that there's a dwarf named Poron that's stuck in Hallowhall or something. Or, I don't know. But either way, just get as many survivors as you can. And he gives you all hugs.
Free hugs?
Frags.
And Gaharl, when he gets to him, I imagine he gets to him last, would hesitate a moment, but the moment Randall just absolutely unhesitatingly comes in for a hug basically around Gaharl's like lower chest, Gaharl just embraces him and maybe squeezes a little too hard and picks him up like he's a close relative.
And he says, "Oh, man, I've been trying to pop that disc back in since last Tuesday." Well, thank you, Gaharl. And I'll be seeing you all down the road. Hopefully, don't die in Hallowhall. And he continues on.
We're going to miss you, buddy.
And then he stops and turns back and says, "Really, don't die in Hallowhall."
you don't die eating your own stew.
Well, I'll bet you anything that I'm going to be the one on the losing end of that straw. What does that even mean? And he keeps walking.
Yeah, Gaharl whispers to Nymeria, they're not all golden.
Beautiful.
You were very nice, though. No, you don't like hugs. No free hugs.
Okay. Now I'm going to do something here, and it's a little bit different. We're actually going to take our 5-minute break right here. We're going to do something a little bit special. But before we do, I want to let everybody know that there actually is a pretty cool announcement that we want to make during this break. We might take another break depending, but I'm going to try to make the session quick because we started a little bit later. But this announcement is that we are Absolute Tabletop, right? And Cassie's even Absolute Tabletop, right? She's about to be married into it. And we are doing an awesome thing that I think it's awesome. We have been on a creativity high lately. And we are, if you go to the Absolute Tabletop Facebook group, you can see the link where we are encouraging you to get creative. And we're doing this by giving you a map that I myself drew. I drew it with my eyes closed. That's a
Really
joke.
fast. He drew it really fast with pen, with a laser pen.
I love that it was with your eyes closed.
Yeah, I was. I have a draw bot that draws me whatever I want. No, anyway, Matt Click from A Fistful of Dice drew this awesome map because he's a natural, and we decided to give it to you, and you write 200 words about that map. It could be 200 words of lore. It could be an encounter. It could be whatever you want that's creative and based on the map. Click on the link on our Absolute Tabletop Facebook page. Fill in your 200 words. You can even do it during the game tonight. Submit it, and you will get a free PDF, a free supplement, digital supplement from AbsoluteTabletop.com. There are a bunch of supplements up there, and when you're filling out your 200 words, you can select which supplement you want. And every morning from here on out, starting tomorrow morning, I'm going to be giving you those free supplements. One supplement per person, but we encourage you to do this as many times as you want. Get creative. People are not creative enough, or at the very least, we get creative in our own heads and we never write it down, and it just dies inside of our brains, and that is the most depressing thing of all. So please get creative. And now I'm going to ask you to get creative in a different way. I'm going to ask you, because I have prepared the beginning of the Winds of Sir Salin session tonight, and I've prepared the end of the Winds of Sir Salin session tonight. I have done zero preparation in the middle. So what I want you to do is I want you to post 3 words in the chat. I'm going to choose. What was that?
What
was that, Tim?
Star Wars rules. Open your ears.
Star Wars ruse? What?
Rules.
This isn't a ruse. This is the real thing.
No, he's trying to say ruins.
Dude, Tim's now throwing into every syllable. Like he could be saying November and he'd say like he's just going nuts. Anyway, I want you to post 3 words in the chat. I might choose one of yours. I might choose multiple, but basically 3 words to describe what happens on the way to Hallowhall. And it could be a social encounter, it could be a puzzle type of thing, it could be a monster encounter. I have my monster manual here, so I'll pull it down and we'll do the encounter. But I'm leaving it up to you. What happens on the way to Hallowhall? Let's take a 5-minute break while people submit answers. And Matt, you can fan out your room.
I absolutely will.
I got myself. Okay, all right. We'll be right back.
It's time for the obligatory, customary Tim saying stuff during the break. This time my camera's on, so you can see my big fat face. All right, I'm out.
Hello there, Matt.
Hello there, Barker. We meet
Oh,
again
hey, folks.
for the last time.
For the first time, for the last time, brothers, sisters, nephews, cousins, former roommate.
And ex-girlfriend.
Yeah. Randall, you son of a bitch.
CIA
I
is
got you.
pushing too many pencils.
All right, so I've written 2 of these down. One of them I'm not entirely sure if I'm actually going to use because it depends on how you roll on your little polyhedrals that you use occasionally. I have another one that I really like, and I liked. I'm not going to take any of your guys' choices because that's people wouldn't believe. They'd be like, "Oh man, he rigged that." But it sucks because I really liked Tim's challenge rating 20 was my favorite 3 words. What did they encounter on the way to Hallowhall? Well, 9 golden dragons are just playing cards.
Or maybe a Tarask.
Or
That's
maybe
That's crazy.
yeah, that's crazy. The 9 dragons is fine, but the Tarask, that's nuts.
Have you guys ever actually fought a Tarask before? Oh wait, we did in that
Yeah.
Copper Jackals game.
Yeah.
Seajax, bro, remember coins? My
Yeah.
only character that didn't die? Well, that's not true, but
I got eaten by the Tarask, but I survived.
How do you survive getting eaten by a Tarask?
Well, it got me in its mouth, but then I broke the grapple, so I got out of it.
So he got masticated by a Tarask.
Yeah,
Like,
I was
let's be
seriously
honest.
messed up, but I was okay.
He got like gummed.
Yeah, I got
by
gunned exactly.
Tarask.
The only other time I've ever fought a Tarask was we were playing this Pathfinder game, and there was a Tarask that wakes up every like 500 years or whatever, and we just happened to come to this town like on the 500th anniversary, and we're like, oh man, and we ended up using a giant a giant ice golem that we were all inside and controlling different parts of. And so it was like and we put the Pacific Rim soundtrack on, so it was basically like Mecha versus Kaiju, like fighting the Tarask. It was amazing.
Oh, you guys are Voltron.
Uh-huh. Exactly. I got stuck being the leg. No, I'm just kidding. I take a step forward.
And sometimes I get to kick. It's fun.
I'm gonna knee this Tarask in the groin. Have you guys ever heard of the Salt and Wounds campaign setting?
No.
It's like a homebrew campaign setting. It's not an official like published thing, but it's this guy. He has a blog. It's called Salt and Wounds, and the whole idea is it's a city built around the butchery of a Tarask. The basic idea is that the Tarask regenerates so quickly that you can literally like slice pieces off of it, and it'll regenerate. And so it's a city built around this entire like industry of like constantly butchering the Tarask, and it's like chained up, and there's like guilds that are in charge of like making sure the Tarask like stays like sedated and like not moving, and it's like a really cool like weird dark fantasy kind of setting. So
That is crazy.
it's really cool. If you're looking for something kind of cool, check out the Salt and Wounds campaign setting. Oh, there's a question for me. Sorry, I missed that. Matt, I have a question. I don't know if you talked about this or not. You probably did, but what would happen if the original Provokers appeared in the second game? Would it be you playing them? Oh, so like if the original Provokers appeared as like non-player characters, I think I would probably play them. But I also don't know if they're going to appear. It's going to be more of like echoes of the original Provokers. They're sort of going to be like these sort of mythical, legendary figures in this second campaign. So we may not interact with them directly because they're going to be off doing their own thing. And in future campaigns, we may see the original Provokers again and what they're doing and all that kind of stuff. But
Well, except Dice, because he's running those fair rides now over in the Wayward Wanderer.
yeah, that's what he's doing.
He's got one of those like there's a word for it that's not onesie, but he's wearing like the thing that people make, but it's
Jumpsuit.
a jumpsuit, but it's like half off and it's like
Yeah.
tied around his waist, and he's got a ball cap on and a metal mask.
And like too many like necklaces, like metal necklaces with like skulls and stuff on them.
In his chest hair over
Yeah,
the
his chest hair
undershirt.
peeking out, and he runs the scrambler, and he goes, "You guys want to go faster?" Yeah. He turns it up.
And he just says it so soullessly. Like,
Yep.
they all want to go faster, but it's just, that's his job. He's got to do it. So, yeah, so to answer your question, for sure we're going to see Dice at the theme park.
I'm gonna let James answer any questions directed at me for the remainder of the night, because that's way better than what I said.
Dude, I'm so down.
He's your people, so now you can say, I'm going to have my people call your people? Or you
Yeah.
can call my people.
I'm gonna have my personal assistant James answer that question.
Oh boy. Open it.
Okay. Tim's back. Are we ready to go?
Yep.
Yeah.
Because I've got my things picked. First of all, I was really sad to not use Tim's challenge rating 20. Really sad to not do that. I was also a little sad to not use Carol Dunster's TPK, because that's 3 letters. That's not 3 words. So,
Type it out, Carol.
yep. But before we get going, I'll be right back. Won't be 30 seconds.
Wait, what do we just have a break for? I'm confused.
For us, we're trading off.
I stopped paying attention. Barker was like, "You guys ready to go?" I'm like, "Thumbs up. I'm gonna finish these grapes." And then I come back and Barker's going, "I'm gonna be right back." Like, shut up.
We had to keep an eye on the stream for him. You know, you can't, like, everybody can't leave at the same time.
Here's the deal. I had to print something out right now that has something to do with the 3 words.
To the roof for the printout.
Special thanks for Sean DeGaso, What You Looking At, and Rob from Performance Check. You 3 have created the middle section of Winds of Salin Session 10. Let's get started. God. Nymeria, roll survival. You're not even sure you're on the right trail anymore. God. How could you get these people lost? Well, either way, you're not sure how it happened.
I got no magic.
Yeah, maybe that's it. Maybe exactly that's it. But all of a sudden, the trail's gone. You find yourself in the middle of the Crimson Wood. You've been here before. You know how dangerous it is. You know that even the flora is out to get you, and you know that because of the vials of mania that are currently sitting in your satchel bag. All you see is fog. It's like a strange mist. Like I want you to picture out of character, I want you to picture like Silent Hill, but I want you to picture ash that has seeped through the canopy of the forest and in tiny little specks is just covering, blanketing the entire woodland area. It's a mist. It's a fog. Everybody roll Constitution saving throw.
Oh, Nymeria, what have you gotten us into?
Quintrek, you know, it's not too much. It's only 1 point of damage on your character sheet, but I really want you to describe how this mist is, I don't know, getting in your lungs, how it's causing you this problem.
I imagine wasabi. If you've ever mistaken wasabi for, say, guacamole, and you've taken this big bite. Wasabi is this, it just burns in your nose only. And I imagine that this gas is the same. It's not spicy. It's not even making, my throat hurt so much as just my nose just begins to run and my eyes begin to water.
And the three of you other that are not Quentrek Coppermist, Quentrek Keen, will notice this happening.
Are you all right, Quint?
Is it burning?
Oh, God, I don't know why this mist is bothering me like this. It's right in the center of my nose. That's very odd.
Orin hands you his water skin. Pebble says, "Take a big drink."
Thank you. And Quint would. Thank you very much.
And it would alleviate the ailment for sure for a while. It's still bothering you. You're not entirely sure why. But you might want to roll an Arcana check.
Just Quint?
Just Quint.
Cool.
Well, yeah, I mean, you realize that Quint's having trouble. But yeah, I would say just Quint. Okay, Quint. Okay, all right.
That was a tilde. Tilde 3.
Tilde 3. Yeah, okay. So here's the deal. You know that the ash removes magic, and you also know, well, sort of, who you are. And you've always remembered. Now something is happening, you've got to get out of this mist because it's getting worse and worse and worse. I want you to take 2 more hit points of damage as it gets into your lungs.
It's too much. I can't get it.
Everybody other than Quentrek roll perception. And for those of you watching, as usual, people are posting they're writing their scores in the chat. So, all would be normal if it weren't for the fact that the mist has just started subtly moving up and down and up and down as you hear coming from behind you, quicker and faster and louder until you can hear the very tree trunks begin to fall behind your back. And the only thought as you see this creature is, no, don't look back. What is it as this tyrannosaurus has emerged from the crimson wood and begins sprinting directly at you, destroying the trees in its wake? What do you do?
Gaharl would turn, brandishing his axe, and I guess he'd wait to see what it does, hoping that it ran directly by them. Maybe in the fog and things. Maybe it's too high off the ground to even notice us. And would probably sort of back up a little bit and hope to hide in a crevice or Yeah, but basically just readying his weapon, knowing that they're probably still unable to do any fancy magic.
Awesome. Really, really, really cool. So, anybody who might know anything about this sort of creature, I'd like you to roll a nature check if you've got it. I feel like I said survival earlier. I meant nature. I believe even without the roll, Orin would know. Orin would know because Pebble has a strange ability. You would know that the vision of the tyrannosaurus, the eyes, their location on either side of its head, causes it to have a strange level of depth perception where it can't see you if you're standing still directly in front of it.
Knowing this, having shapeshifted into this exact creature before, albeit a little bit more Orin-y, as Gaharl is turning around and brandishing his axe, Orin immediately snaps his hand out and holds it out to Gaharl, and Pebble says very quietly, and Orin's hands are just shaking violently because he knows he has no magic. He knows that he cannot, bend the Fey energies here to turn himself into something more capable of dealing with this creature. And so he holds out a shaking hand, and Pebble very quietly says, "Don't move. Don't speak. I assure you, it will pass by if we make no movements. And try not to sweat. It can smell you."
Harl's sort of relatively large but thin eyes only widen, and he does his best not to move a muscle.
And Quint, his eyes watering, his hand covering his nose as the clear mucus drips from his nose over his arm, and his eyes water as he just tries not to make any noise.
Nymeria, seeing this thing just coming, stalking out of the mist, reflexively tries to move back further, kind of behind the tree, anything, not totally hearing, Pebble say what he has, and she's just trying to kind of blend in and get into any thick bit of fog that's near her that she can.
Everybody roll a stealth check.
That's not what I'm gonna do. No, I'm just
I was going to say, which one of you is going to run to the porta potty right now? Oh, God.
Gaharl's going to tell you guys about chaos theory here in a second.
I'm going to use a point of lucky, Barker.
Awesome. And remember, you each start with 1 point of inspiration every session. So.
You said specifically stealth?
Yes, unless you have another super creative way to not be seen or deal with the Tyrannosaurus Rex.
No, I'm stealthy.
Okay.
I'm up all night to get stealthy.
Orin, please do me a favor and roll stealth for Pebble.
Oh, dang. Hang on.
To be my tasty little treat.
Bro, I'm going to kill someone.
I mean, Pebble might give us up. He's not very good at being stealthy. Do you guys remember? There's an appendix at the back of creatures in the player's handbook, right?
Which creature is it?
It's just an owl.
Because I have the
I got it.
of the basic rules. I can control F. Oh, okay.
No, I got a dog. All right. Oh, stealth +3. Awesome. That's a 5. Oops.
plus.
Pebble has a little owl toot. Gives us all away.
Yeah. So you hear the breathing of the Tyrannosaurus. You see its face approach yours, Orin. You see it breathe out of its nostrils and spray you with disgusting muck. Yet you still stand still. But there is a failure. There is a failure. What is Pebble's armor class?
Pebble's armor class is... Sorry, I just had it. Taking away from the tenseness of the
No
moment.
worries. And how many hit points does he have as well?
So he's probably just going to die outright. His armor class is 11. He has 1 hit point.
So, a heavy hitter.
Turns to look at you. He flies away, fluttering at the spray of the mucus from the Tyrannosaurus, and turns to look at you, and you see in his eyes for a moment fear as he is crushed by the Tyrannosaurus's jaws. Gone. You hear the bones of the owl cracking in the jaws of the T-Rex. The T-Rex swallows, and you see the gulp down its throat, and he lets out a mighty roar, and you see feathers fall softly to the earth.
With
You
that,
hear this. Go ahead.
with that, Kaharl lets out a battle cry and brings his axe down on whatever part he is closest to on this T-Rex.
Dinosaur
Okay.
spaghetti.
Take advantage because the T-Rex doesn't see you are there, but everyone else roll initiative.
We're about to make some dinosaur spaghetti.
And Matt, would you be so kind as to write the initiative order inside the chat? That'd be great, man. I mean, I do it for every game that I'm in. So all my favorite games, all my favorite games, I do that. Sorry.
So, to anyone who's watching, I have rolled, I think, 3 dice. I got like a 19 and a natural 20. Just now on my attack roll, I got a 7 with advantage.
James, what? I see 3 numbers under your name. What am I using here for your initiative? I see 13, 7, 9.
So the 13 was an attack.
Okay.
He's
The
putting in
nine-
his address so you
Okay.
can find his initiative.
It's like a zip code, man.
Please send a self-addressed envelope.
Yeah, my initiative is P.O.
Hey,
Box.
hey, jokers, roll initiative, damn it. Where's
I
Orange?
did roll initiative. I'm waiting for Tim's.
Okay, all right,
I'm
cool.
still figuring it out. I was making
No worries.
Lord.
Jokesters, it's okay. You can make jokes. You can make your young children jokes.
At least you guys can talk.
Oh man. Oh, this is gonna be the widest eyes I've ever seen.
Oh my god. Okay, all right. So it looks to me like you're doing it. Oh. Why did you write Pebble? Pebble he doesn't roll initiative.
He's a babe.
Pebble's good to go. Pebble goes
He goes
first, is what
first.
Matt just wrote in the chat. Pebble goes first. As Pebble's action, he will walk towards the light. Okay, next. Who's next? Sorry, too soon.
Way too soon.
Mm-hmm. Actually, someone said Pebble got rocked, which is a really good play on words for someone who knows that Pebble's story. Anyway, let's begin. Orin, what do? You hear the battle cry of Gaharl Clanless as he raises his axe and begins to perhaps attack, but you know that you are slightly swifter than the larger, bulkier, well, slower, let's be honest, Dragonborn to your right-hand side. What do you do as you're facing this T-Rex that has just swallowed your voice? Your voice, and is beginning to walk away when you hear the scream of Gaharl. What do?
So there's a moment of just like silence in that instant after Pebble gets swallowed. And there's just like a flash through Orin's mind. He and Pebble are linked. They share vision, they share thoughts, they share a voice. And when Pebble is just instantly killed, it's like all of a sudden that connection is severed. And as soon as Orin recovers from that, a second after that, he turns and looks at the T-Rex. And it's almost like the powers of him being a wind almost start to break through the anti-magic field. His eyes flare this purple, the sort of silhouette of his horns sort of come into being in front of him. The smoky silhouette of wings expand behind him, but then it sort of fizzles away into a shower of sparks as that anti-magic just overrides anything. And so he goes for the sickle at his belt, this weapon that I don't think has ever used in a combat. He pulls out this sickle and he leaps at the T-Rex, attempting to grab onto its snout. So I would like to try and grapple the T-Rex, Barker.
Okay, let's do this. What are you rolling?
I'm going to roll...
Then you have advantage, by the way, and I have disadvantage.
Okay, I'm going to roll acrobatics.
Okay. You need to beat a 16.
I just rolled an 18. Natural 15 plus 3.
You feel the monstrous entity underneath you begin to try to shake you off, and it's not working. You have a solid grip on the beast on its back.
Yeah, and I sort of, the sickle, the curved blade of it, I latch it into this creature's scales. It hooks onto the large sort of diamond-shaped scales on its snout, and as it kind of rears its snout up, Orin just goes up with it and is sort of hanging off, bracing his legs against the top of its jaw so that he doesn't slip into its mouth.
Awesome. Very cool. All right. Next up, Gaharl. You've let out your battle cry. You've raised your axe. What are you going to do now?
So you told me to roll with advantage. I thought you meant on the attack roll, so I already rolled it.
Yes. No, that is absolutely what I meant. I didn't mean
Okay, yeah. That's what I figured. I just wanted to make it clear. So so based on what just happened, instead of bringing it down, because I was imagining bringing it down on its head after everything that's happened, Gaharl will actually we're gonna back up a little. He takes his axe and he sort of like touches it to the ground behind him and drags it through the dirt and whatever is below this fog, and goes to swing it up into this T-Rex, but with the movement of, after jumping on the, after Orin jumped on the T-Rex and it was moving around, basically Gaharl in his rage begins to swing this axe and just completely whiffs. He just expected something different, like you said. He was a little slower than he expected, and he ends up missing. And with that, he just readies himself for the sort of his next attack when he gets a chance.
Now, wait though. Your axe was drugged through the ground, is how you described it, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Go ahead and roll an attack. Just in attack, add your dexterity modifier.
So 8 total.
Ah, see, here's the deal. Is you see your axe drag through the small layer of ash that made it through the canopy of the forest. You see it brush up against the tyrannosaur's leg, and you see it burn like acid against its skin. Doesn't at all damage it. But you see that happen. Quintrek Keen, as your father named you in the fighting pits of Krieg. What do you do?
So, I wanted to do something sort of cinematic. I rolled an attack, and I was going to put the attack here in the chat. And if you tell me if that hits, then I was going to try something, and then I'll spit it out, and then you can kind of carve it up and change it as needed.
Sounds good to me, man.
All right, so does that attack make purchase?
10,000%.
So, boom! And you see the camera on Quint looking down the barrel of a waffle as he has taken the rifle out, the only thing that he knows, the only thing that he has to protect himself, and the only thing that he learned going down the old road was how to pull that trigger. And as this bullet hits the Tyrannosaurus in the nose, it takes off a chunk of flesh, just and if you would like, I can just do the Dungeon Master's Guide for a rifle.
Yeah, I believe musket. The musket rolls I'm using are 2d8 plus your dex mod. So.
No, I was thinking closer to like 7d8. You know, like it's kind of collaborative.
47d8.
Yes.
No,
2 Tyrannosaurus 8. No. So
and when I said
2d8
47d8, I meant 4078. So, okay, that, really the common matter. Go ahead and roll 2d8 plus your dex mod.
So that bullet smashes into the Tyrannosaurus's snout for 11 damage. As the smoke plumes from the edge of this rifle, and Quint is just as surprised as the Tyrannosaurus that it worked.
Beautiful. You see it make purchase, and you rolled an 18. Okay, perfect. All right, you see it make purchase on the side of its face, the snout, like you said. You see it shatter 3 of its sharp teeth right off the bat, just explode into the area of air behind it. You hear it kind of squeal a little bit, kind of like a hurt puppy, as it kind of reels back. But you've done it. You've made purchase. And it will take you an action to reload the weapon if you want.
I will do that. Yes,
awesome.
I will do that. And I have no sympathy for the squeal.
Oh.
He just
no sympathy. Yeah, zero sympathy. Do you want to do anything else before we go into Nymeria?
Nope.
Awesome. Go ahead. I'm gonna roll first. Oh man, I got a 1. Or would I have?
What were you doing?
What?
What were you doing?
What were you trying to do?
Well, do I have advantage?
Tell me what does Nymeria do, and then I'll tell you what to roll.
She's throwing a d20 at it. What do you think she's doing?
I'm just rolling. I'm dead.
Okay.
I'm dead.
She's Aaron Dice Nymeria Ellington.
I'm dead as
Okay, so Nymeria has been hidden in the fog, kind of among the trees, just seeing this all transpire. She knows that while this giant beast is slow, one of the most important things to do be to get it down on the ground. And for a moment, she almost feels a little pang of remorse as she hears that almost puppy dog-like squeal, but after seeing Pebble just being eaten, she doesn't know reptiles very well, much less dinosaurs. And so, brandishing her scimitar, she's going towards the back of it, planning to cut right at its ankle. Maybe take out the tendon, if she could.
Okay, cool. I didn't see you either, so you have advantage.
Okay.
Also, I'm sorry, Quintrek, you also had advantage if you want to roll again and see if you can get a nat 20 just in case.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
Got it. It didn't work.
I'd love that. Let's try.
Uh,
Let's see here.
You had something here.
what?
I did not. Thank you, though.
Oh,
No
10.
worries, man. Sorry, I forgot.
Here we kill ourselves.
I know. Modified 10.
Really? After 2 rolls, you get a modified 10?
I got a natural 1 first,
Good.
and then a 6 plus 4 for the scimitar attack bonus.
Yeah.
So
The scimitar, you look at this creature's ankle. You see how armored that part is? Like, that is, you hit it right in the plate armor, and it just kind of bounces off. But you see something interesting, Nymeria. See, Nymeria was a different kind of person. You see, Gaharl's a warrior. Perhaps, got divine abilities, but I digress. A warrior. Orin. Nah, man, he's useless here. Useless. He's got no power in the midst of this ash. And Quintrek, dude's 98% magic. I mean, he cannot even pee by himself. But Nymeria, no. There's something in this forest that recognizes who she is. Recognizes that she is a druid of Enkea. And she, after this missed attack, feels that power again. You see the mist separate from Nymeria like she has some sort of orb or bubble around her, keeping the mist away. Immediately it happens. And next turn, Nymeria, you have magic. So, next up is going to be the T-Rex. Now, that was the surprise round, actually, I will say. So, the T-Rex will swallow the last of Pebble, and we will go immediately back to Orin.
So I'm hanging on to the T-Rex as it's sort of thrashing around. The gun goes off, just filling my eardrums, and the resounding thunderclap takes seconds to fade, so it's still sort of ringing as I take my turn. The bullet strikes this thing in the snout. I see blood pouring from it, and Orin knows, okay, I can do damage to this thing. So he grabs onto the scale, sort of hooking his like longer than normal nails into the dinosaur's scales, rips out the sickle, and he's going to bring it down on the thing's snout.
Cool. Awesome. Good up, man.
All right, here we go.
You have advantage because you are writing it.
Oh, okay. Cool. So that gives me a 14 plus 5, 19, and a big ol' 1 damage.
That's it?
Yep, I just need to do that 137 more times, and we got this.
Hey, wait. Did you Google the T-Rex stats, or do you have those shits memorized?
Is that really its HP?
No, but it was very close. This one actually has lower HP.
Oh, okay.
This one's a little babe. This one's a tiny little babe. It's one that a gnome can grapple onto.
Kill its mom, too. I don't care.
I don't care. I don't care.
I'm gonna go straight baby on this.
I got this shit at PetSmart at an adoption night, and now it's gone.
And now that's getting killed.
This T-Rex doesn't all over my house. I don't want it.
Gaharl, the ringing in your ears persists as you see a plume of smoke emerge from Quintrek's musket, blasting the side of this Tyrannosaur's face. You see Orin stab it with the sickle from atop, riding the T-Rex almost, or at the very least, grappling with style. What do you do, Gaharl?
So, remembering what I saw before, I begin to wonder how in the world I can get more of this magical or magic-stealing ash onto this creature. And, actually, so this is a meta question because I just remembered another thing that I have. I know that we can't use magic, but I have a breath weapon being a dragonborn. Is that something I can still use?
Well, you can try it.
Oh, That's not a good thing to tell me. So Gaharl absolutely would. After sort of his glancing blow with the axe on instinct, he would do his best to basically fire a column of fire from his mouth at this creature, hopefully kicking up some of this, possibly, I wouldn't say dispelling, but sort of dissipating some of the fog and trying to just stir stuff up and, of course, do a ton of damage to this tyrannosaurus.
You reel back, open your maw, and blast flame out directly at this Tyrannosaurus in a column of fire that you have never seen the likes of emerge from yourself. Go ahead and roll that attack. You remember, you still have advantage until it takes a turn.
So it is actually a dex save that the creature makes. It's not an attack that I roll. And the DC is pretty low.
Okay, what is it?
12.
Okay, well that was a 10 because the dex is +0 on this creature. So, what
yeah. Let's see.
The fire consumes the neck and torso region of this creature. Oren, do me a favor and make a dex saving throw. And
oh boy.
Please beat 12, you said?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh boy.
Okay.
All right, he beat 12. Awesome.
So that makes for a total of 9 damage.
Beautiful. Roll that beautiful bean footage. Okay, so he gets overwhelmed with flames. You see the flames are kind of brushing off of it, but melting its armored flesh. But absolutely doing damage. I would say that perhaps you might feel a little satisfied. I don't know. How does Gaharl feel before we move on to Quintrek?
With the feeling that he's been feeling, that feeling of when you're sick for long enough that you forget what it feels like to be healthy, almost no pun intended, a bit of a fire is reignited within him. A little bit of sort of vitality comes back. He was very downtrodden, feeling for a cleric to not have their powers feels as though their god has abandoned them. And so this feeling brings back a little bit more. He knows that he's not completely powerless, or at least as powerless as he felt, and he plans on absolutely destroying and chopping this thing into bits.
Beautiful. Gaharl the Butcher. Well,
Okay, and I'm sorry, real quick.
No,
I get 2 more d6. I didn't level up my breath weapon when I leveled to level 10.
You stupid! I was like, God, why are you doing 9 points of damage, you level 10 bastard? What the hell's going on?
I thought so. Yeah, and I rolled near max, so
So what did you roll?
all right. 20. Yeah, no, total 20 total. No, 20 total. Sorry.
Okay, so
that's why I was having trouble.
It was 9 plus 20, or so
No.
it was 9 before, so 11 more.
Yes. Yeah.
Beautiful.
Yes,
Well done.
The math right.
Well
Okay, so-
done. I almost said that. All right, Quintrek. What do you do? I mean, this is, if this were a video game, your video card would be on the fritz right now. What do we show you? Musket smoke, mist, fire, Orin, a gnome? Like, what are we doing here? So what do you do in the midst of this chaos that has lasted, but maybe perhaps 8 to 10 seconds?
Well, first I turn on my anti-aliasing to get the best FPS. No. So I think that, the idea of this musket, it's very foreign to Quint. So loading it, even though he saw and was sort of taught by some of the, the others who were holding these waffles, he's learned some of the tricks as he's traveled the road a little bit, but I think that he would scramble to sort of load this thing, and then now knowing that it works, that it exploded the snout and that it does damage, what I would try to do is look for a tender spot, somewhere that's going to put this thing down. And so instead of aiming for its face again, instead of trying to just whittle away at it, I want to try to just blow its kneecap off. Just
Okay.
kneecap this thing.
So here's the thing: is it takes a full action for you to load the musket. So you're loading the musket right now, according to what you said before, and looking for a
yes.
soft spot. Do me a favor and roll perception. You can also roll nature if you'd like.
Okay, I think Quint wouldn't really have nature.
Okay. Probably. That makes a lot of sense, actually.
So.
Bleak nature. Freaking fighting pit nature.
Right?
These are stupid jokes I'm making. They're so bad, all of them.
Barker, do you make jokes like that, but usually your mic is muted?
No, not at all. You miss 100% of the jokes you don't make. So
Water Rapids.
Yeah, that's it, man. That's it. So, Quinrec, this beast has 6 razor-sharp claws on its hands, massive feet underneath its structure for crushing, dozens of razor-sharp teeth, but only 2 eyes. Okay. This Tyrannosaurus Rex turns to the nearest person to it, which is Orin, and will attempt to throw you off. Let's roll an opposed. I'm going to roll strength, and wow, and that is a 9. So you have to beat a 9 opposed. What'd you get?
I got a 6.
You go flying off immediately, striking a tree near you. Take 1 hit point of damage. You hear your back pop, and the T-Rex looks to your kind of body as it just kind of crumbles on the floor or on the forest floor just for a moment. You know for a fact that this thing is coming after you. Next. Okay, but before that. Next up is, I have to scroll all the way up to see the initiative order now. I'm just going to copy and paste it here. Gaharl. God damn it. Oh, thank you, James. I love you. Gaharl, go ahead.
Nymeria has not actually gone yet. Quint loaded his gun and then...
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't... You know what? Sorry about that. All right, Cassie, you go ahead and go. You feel this magical energy inside of you. You know it's the forest fueling it because not only do you feel it, but you see the forest floor, you see the flora just kind of pointing towards you, leaning towards you as if you're a beacon of sunlight, fueling their existence. Every blade of grass, every weed, every flower, every tree in the crimson wood is leaning subtly towards Nymeria, Forest Walker. What do?
She closes her eyes for a moment, just overwhelmed by the sense. It's like there's fire almost on her skin as she feels something, the forest just fueling her. She hasn't felt this connection in so long. It's just so strong. And she can't help but smile. It feels so good to just be a part of the forest again and remember that feeling. And she, taking a moment, just kind of looks around her as the T-Rex is focused on Orin, and almost casually just reaches down to a plant nearby, a moonseed plant. It's casually. And she takes the seeds and just crushes it before throwing it up, and with an incantation casts Moonbeam, this beautiful silvery pale light suddenly seeming to splash down onto this T-Rex. If it
Awesome.
hits.
You see the trees part above it as if to pave the way for this beautiful beam of light down onto the Rex.
And we got a 17 to hit.
Now, is that against armor class?
That is armor class.
If it's an attack, then yes, you absolutely hit.
I imagine so. It's up here.
Oh.
Constitution saving throw.
Oh yeah, it saves.
Holy shit, James and Cassie are in the same room. Oh my god.
No, we didn't have the same picture.
Roll that beautiful beam footage.
Roll that beautiful. You had to say it out loud because it's the best thing.
did.
James said,
James.
roll that beautiful
Yep.
beam footage in the chat. It's beautiful. So
James did
you
it.
hit. Absolutely, Cassie.
Okay, so 2d10. Nope.
Yeah.
Oh, cool. Alright.
I love it. Everyone's like fucking hitting it with axes, shooting it with guns, and she's like, I'm going to shine the moonlight.
Gotta roll it again.
Well, no, roll that twice.
This one?
On the D10.
Oh.
I lied to you.
That's not a d10, of course. Okay, so 10. 10 damage.
10 damage. Fantastic. Now describe to me what that looks like. I mean, what does, a moonbeam, what type of damage does a moonbeam do? Describe to me how the T-Rex is hurt by the moonbeam. Or you don't have to. I mean, you're muted. You could mute your mic and then talk if you want. I mean, it's totally up to you, really.
Oh my god. Okay, so as the trees seem to sway and part, just as the sky has been dark from all this ash falling, this purple and silver beam just come down. It looks just on the edges, barely seen to the human eye. It looks like these purple flames are just splashing down across its head and back, burning and twisting up its armored scales, melting it.
Awesome. I love it. I love the visualization. I love the visual of the scales, the reptilian scales, just melting on the body of this T-Rex. Awesome. So now next next is Orin, correct or no? Yes. I got mixed up because of the Nymeria skipping. Next is Orin, correct?
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah.
Me
yeah,
too,
yeah.
man.
When does the T-Rex go?
The T-Rex took its action to throw you off of
Yeah,
it.
no, I knew. When does it go in the initiative though? Just for my benefit.
It goes at the end.
Okay. So
It goes
oh,
instead of
Just for
Nymeria.
my benefit.
The
Hey,
T-Rex
Orin's
went
like,
and
hey, bro, can you give me some meta knowledge here so I
Yeah.
don't have to roleplay as much? Let me just, come on. I'm just kidding.
give me a break. My owl just died. I'm going
know.
to.
Hey, you're only allowed to use that excuse 3 times. You've used it twice. Okay,
That's
I'm just
twice.
letting
That's
you know.
second time.
Yep.
Just 2 times. I'm going to stand up from my. I imagine that when I got thrown, I sort of rammed into a tree, and there's sort of a crack as I hit this tree and slide down, and sort of wordlessly wincing as I get up. I look around. I've dropped my sickle. I don't know where it is, but I see the crossbow hanging there. This weapon I've never shot before. I see there's a bolt loaded into it. I see it's pulled back, and I grab it, raise it, aim, and pop off a shot. So let's see what I can do here with it. It's a lot better than the sickle.
Awesome.
Oh, that's a 19, so 26 total to hit.
Cool. Is a crossbow a 1920 crit or 20?
No, just everything's a 20 crit and 5e.
Oh, I'm a silly boy. Okay, cool.
She'd have a feat for it.
So
But
you hit, buddy.
yeah, I hit and I do 6 damage, piercing.
Awesome. All right, where do you tell me what that looks like? Where do you hit it?
I think I get it like under its arm, like sort of in the soft part of its arm where it doesn't have as many scales, so it's easier to move. I sort of just pop a bolt right in there, and you see the fletching just kind of go in there and sort of poke out from under its arm. It's a little T-Rex armpit.
Awesome. And, the sounds right now are mixing, just like a coalescing noises and chaos. But you vaguely hear the T-Rex whimper yet again. Gaharl, what do you do after you've seen the the anti-magical ash wound this creature?
My cat just sneezed and ate its snot.
Wait, hold on 1 second. Did that actually happen?
Yes, it was so gross.
Oh my goodness gracious.
It got all over her
I bet that
face.
cat's gonna lick your face tonight and you're gonna be like, boogers.
Oh,
And
she
probably
is.
cocaine. I've met your cat.
It was the biggest booger ever.
I'm sorry. So, Gaharl, after seeing that, after realizing, but still, him and he's having trouble figuring out how he can really make use of this. But so with that, he's thinking, okay, so maybe if he can damage this thing, on a lower part, because if it's run like sort of stomping around with these enormous feet, it's probably to some degree uncomfortable. But if he can get some damage in on if he can get some damage in, on the feet, maybe cut up its feet or just hurt it down in the ankle area, it will begin to just help, or maybe, I don't know, something. So he is going to again swing this axe at this creature and hopefully roll a little higher.
Beautiful.
He isn't gonna, but you told us that we started with inspiration, so
You do.
Gaharl is feeling very inspired right now.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he just saw his friend. I mean, he's looking at his friend Orin being stared down by a T-Rex. I'd imagine that would be somewhat motivating.
So, as statistically improbable it is, he rolled the same thing 2 times. So, with a 9, he swings at this thing's feet, but as it's, flipping his friend off, or as his friend, stands up and begins shooting it, again, maybe it's the mist or just this downtrodden feeling of not really knowing how he feels. He swings, and this time, just like Nymeria's scimitar, it lands right in the foot ankle area, and it bounces off like nothing he's ever seen before.
Oh man, rough. You didn't scrape it through the ground or anything, did you, with the ash?
No, he was just trying to sort of wound it, on its feet, so that it would hopefully this ash would sort of get in there and begin to damage it, but didn't work.
Yeah, to no avail. Bummer. Quintrek.
So Quint is fairly perceptive. Actually, very perceptive, considering. Would I have noticed the acidic ash situation while that was all going on?
Go ahead and roll perception.
Well, I'll tell you. Okay. My passive perception is like retarded high. Let me see. Hold on, I gotta come and look at it. Look at elderly. Wait. Oh yeah, this is crazy.
Oh wow, that's your number. Okay, I was waiting. Sorry. Yeah, 100% you saw it.
So as I was using this action to load this, I would have noticed that Gaharl's axe dragged through, and specifically that, and this is before Nymeria used the forces of Ankaean nature to rain hell on this thing. But, and so Quintrek would squat, and he would roll the bullet in the dirt, in the ash, before he puts it in there. And he's looking, and as his musket, this new weapon, is scanning up and down angularly to the different parts of this creature, he's looking down this barrel. How well made are these muskets? Fairly well made or cheap?
The one you have is not so great. It's been used quite a bit, enough to be, sold at an kind of offshoot stand at Outpost Red. Not terrible, absolutely in working condition, no negatives, but you've seen better. Well, not much better, but you've seen a couple things.
So as I look down the barrel, I feel like there is a makeshift crosshair that someone has put on there, but it's not centered purposefully, because this thing is crooked, it's twisted. So this time I kind of am scanning up and down, and I see the glint, in the effects of what Nymeria has done. I see the glint of this thing's eye sort of catch
I love that. I love the idea that the crosshairs, the sights are actually the symbol of Pelor, a god that is represented by the sun. So you have kind of a sun on top of the musket that you kind of aim through, but it's actually offset, not perfectly in line. And the reason is because you don't want to kill for Pelor. That's killing is absolutely wrong, 100%. So we'll put the sights offset, but that right part of the sun, that's right on target.
I love it. And so the burnt orange eye, this eye that is dull and glassy, I see it through this sun, and I line it up, filling the center of the sun with that glassy pupil. And I pull the trigger, but this time with more expectancy. This time putting the butt of the gun against my shoulder just a little more, and I fire at this thing.
You see a plume of white smoke emerge from the end of the waffle, and
you said the dexterity modifier flat, right?
Yep, plus dex mod.
I am going to use inspiration.
Okay.
Absolutely. It's not helping.
That, you looked through the sight, and you're probably never going to do that again. You've just been reminded that, the sight is not where you should aim on this rifle. The point of this rifle is ceremonial, but it's fortunate it's only the second time you've ever fired it, and you're just not that good at it, and so you've you've missed and shot the dinosaur directly in the eye, exactly where you wanted to, but you just didn't know how to aim the thing. You hit it perfectly. 12 is exactly what you needed. And go ahead and roll damage, and based on that damage number, describe to me what that looks like.
Awesome.
Well, let me know what the damage is first.
Sure. Ooh, nice.
All right.
It was. Oh yeah, I put it in the chat.
Was it the first one or the second one? Oh, it was the second one. Okay, sorry.
And don't forget that. Don't forget that ash. PT.
Oh,
Look
God.
at it.
Nymeria. Last chance before this Tyrannosaurus is going to have its way with Orin Bramble.
No. Okay. So Nymeria is just watching, almost in awe, as these purple and silver flames are licking. The cat sneezed again. It's all over the table. You get a napkin. As the purple and silver flames are just licking at the scales, seeming to tear them apart, burning them like there's just leaves burning from the trees. And she takes her trusty scimitar again, and this time she casts one more spell. And she watches as flames start to encircle the blade, going up and up until the whole thing is alight with fire. And she tries to strike at its... What is it? Where did Orin hit him last? What was it? Winter.
I got him in the armpit.
Right in the armpit. Right in the armpit. And for the record, Quintrek just shot out its left eye.
Woo! I mean,
He's pretty sad about that, by the way. I'm just going to put that out there. He's a little sad about it, but go ahead, Nymeria. He would shed a single tear, but he doesn't have a left eye. Go ahead, Nymeria.
I think she would try to, if she can jump that high, just try to slash open its chest, right near that armpit, if she could. Maybe. Just pierce it.
Awesome.
I'm going to roll an 8 Um, what is this? Oh, okay. So that's 14 to hit. Then.
Yeah.
14 to hit.
Yeah.
You beat the armor class.
Oh, okay. So 3d6 for damage.
I'll do it.
All right, 8.
Okay.
And
So, go ahead.
I was so basically running around towards the front of this thing. She leaps onto its foot and then up again to try and just slash at that underbelly, those scales, and cuts it open.
Excellent.
A
Yeah.
flood of blood just pouring down from this
Oh
point.
man, you're just going at it with the description. You're like, and it dies, it it falls down dead. No, you absolutely
back.
cut it. Yeah, along the abdomen, Pebble's back. Yeah, everything's good. I cut Pebble out. No, okay, you absolutely do slice it, and you can feel its presence, Nymeria. I mean, you have a connection with animals, and this is nothing more than just a scared creature protecting its territory. And you know that it's about to run. You know that it's done. It realizes it's outmatched. It's afraid. And it's also been fed. But before it goes, it's got its eyes on Orin Bramble. What's your armor class, Orin?
My armor class is 14, and that was me doing the come at me, bro.
How many hit points do you have?
Come on. I got 73. See what you can do.
I want you to take 66 damage
What?
as you are grasped
I was joking.
in the maw. In the maw of this creature. You see Orin grasped by the legs. You see the razor-sharp teeth cutting into his thighs as he's hanging limp out of the Rex's mouth. You see the T-Rex stand tall. He stands so tall that his head breaches out of the canopy that Nymeria had opened with her moonbeam. And then you see it, Orin, with the last bit of life you have left. You see that it stopped snowing ash. Now, I want you to take, that was close, 5 falling damage as the T-Rex drops you out of its mouth. You smash into the floor. Swear to God, I rolled 5.
Man, that was close.
Let the record show that Orin had 6 hit points left, and I just rolled 5. And you hear as the terrified Rex, baby Rex, runs back to its mommy. Now, Orin, now Matt, what you just posted in the chat's quite interesting. Go ahead and tell me what's going on as we recuperate after combat.
I'm going to grab my Dungeon Master's Guide, and I'm going to roll a lingering injury because that was all but one of my hit points in a single round. So I'm going to grab my DMG, and I'm going to roll a lingering injury.
Awesome. I have a DMG right here if you want to... Oh, well, he can't hear me anymore. He's leaving with his man bun. He's got his man bun over there looking for his DMG.
He's looking for Sabu.
Let's see if I can find it first. Linga. God, the index of the Wizards books blow. I'm just going to tell you right now, the index of the D&D books is terrible.
There are actually updated fan-made indexes that are awesome because of that reason.
Are you serious?
I'm
Like that's
dead
a real
serious.
thing?
That's a
Oh
real
my
thing.
gosh.
I'm not joking with you. I'll send the link. They're totally legal too. Some guy is like, hey, here's the information. I'm redoing these, and they're so much better and far less circular and obtuse.
You know, I just realized, while Matt's looking that up and rolling, I just realized that behind my bookshelf, I have my books pressed against an object because otherwise they'll go too far into the bookshelf. And the object is an unopened D&D 5th edition basic rules set. Matt, I can't read that. I saw a red die. You held it up.
I rolled a 1.
What does that mean?
Your
So
head's gone.
I lost an eye.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
All right, which eye?
My left eye. I have disadvantage on wisdom perception checks that rely on sight and on ranged attack rolls.
Oh my
Bro.
god, you're broken.
That's it.
I broke
What are we
Oren.
going to do with you?
Oh shit.
Oh god.
Oh my god, I love how Lloyd, Jarl DM, which everyone should check out on YouTube, Jarl DM in the chat just said, don't roll a 1, 2, or 3.
I rolled a damn 1. I know 1, 2, and 3 is like loss of limb, loss of eye. Shoot.
Well, what's a 2 and a 3?
Okay. Hey,
A 2 and
friends
3 is
of
like
Oren.
lose an arm or a leg. Yeah, I don't know. I closed my book already, but
Hey, here's the deal, is that you all met on an airship called the Reach, and you immediately made fast friendships. You remember Oren being the first to sprint out toward the Crimson Wood when he saw the portal to the Feywild. You remember Oren jumping out of that portal and Pebble, rest in peace, as a sheep also jumping out of the Feywild. You remember Oren fighting the Mimic in Myra. And now here lies Oren, half alive.
not even half.
Not even half. Missing an eye. Which one was it again, Oren? I'm sorry.
It's the left eye, but you can't even tell looking at him that he's lost an eye because he's so covered in blood and dinosaur saliva. He's just a ruin. When he drops out of the T-Rex mouth and crashes to the ground, his limbs are just askew at crooked angles, blood just everywhere, his armor, his clothes torn up, his crossbow lays snapped in half at his side. But you still see his hand grasping, pulling out the wand, and then dropping the wand limp at his side as he lapses into unconsciousness.
What do your friends do?
Barker, as you say this, as you say the ash stops, would I feel a surge of magic return to me?
I pretend you have a sinus infection and you just had a really good nose blow. That's how you feel. I wouldn't say a surge. I would say okay, all right, that's better than it was before. But it's definitely getting better.
So
Bad analogy 101, by the way. Nose
no,
blow. Go ahead.
You're good. I guess so, which is a good answer. But I guess what I'm saying is, mechanically, can I cast spells?
Yep.
Okay. And I'm not trying to be meta, but I just wanted to make sure before I did this all. So immediately, as I see this wand, I think there's this pause. All of us are in shock. I know I'm in shock. I think Quint is just like, just musket in hand, everything's good, and just like tragedy, in an instant, it's just this, and blood is everywhere, and Oren is on the ground, and blood is everywhere, and Quint would shout, and as he would shout, this grayish skin would pulse deep black, and his one eye that is white would surge, and both eyes would be white, and his hair would flash white just for a moment. And he would yell a word from a long time ago, an old word. And so he yells Keen Grin. And in doing so, Mass Cure Wounds, the spell Mass Cure Wounds, just surges, and this wave of healing energy washes out from me over Oren, and just... And he regains hit points equal to 3d8 plus my spellcasting ability modifier.
Very cool.
So, Matt, what would it look like as, because I cast this as high as I could, what would it look like as 21 hit points return to you as this wave sweeps over you, this red wave?
The wave courses through me, through my body, and there's a glow left on me after it passes. The wounds start stitching, the pools of blood begin sort of drying up. There are scars left where the healing has been done. Oren sits bolt upright, coming to his feet in an instant, pulling out his wand. He lurches forward, leans against a tree for support, comes to his knees again, stands up shakily, teeters over to you, Quint, the wand outstretched in his hand. His breath is coming heavy. You see that his face, bruised and bloody as it is, you see that his left eye is missing. You see that there's just an empty, ravaged socket, blood still pooling. He drops the wand and he just falls against you, Quint, and his body is just shaking with silent sobs as the weight of everything that's happened in the last 2 minutes just catches up with him.
And as you fall into me, the blood smears across Quintrek's just filthy clothes, and he can't help but smell the blood and how good it smells.
And you hear something. All of you. Gaharl, Nymeria, Quintrek. I'm not sure if Oren is present enough, but soon he becomes so. As he falls into you, Quintrek, you hear a sound. The sound of metal. Magical metal. A tuning fork. And you hear the sound go. This sound is familiar to you, Oren. You hear it through bated breath and blood. It's difficult for you to hear it, Quintrek, because you can't help but smell the blood around you.
Oren reaches into the tatters of his clothes and pulls out the tuning fork. He had almost forgot it was there. It's been some time since he got it back from the one who borrowed it. And the tuning fork is vibrating in his hand as he looks at it with his one good remaining eye.
And you know that it points, whichever way it points, if it's not perfectly tuned, it points to an abscess in the material plane. A portal.
Orin starts walking, following the tuning fork, not speaking, obviously, not acknowledging anyone else. He just limps in the direction that the tuning fork is taking him.
Now the rest of you just see Orin kind of limping off in some direction, following this strange, off-pitch, disgusting sound that's emanating from this rusted, old, centuries-old tuning fork. But he is a man on a mission. What do you do?
Like, Nymeria, upon seeing Orin first crash to the floor just moments ago, and she feels the healing spell just wash over them. And it's almost like a breath of fresh air. This magic kind of washing over them once more. And she rushes after Orin. She's reached into her satchel just with a few rags, hoping to get a hold of him just to get some of the blood off of him. See the damage that's been... He's still bleeding, or at least some of the blood's still coming out from his eye socket. And as she's on his heels, just like, Orin, just slow down a little bit, please. We gotta take care of your eye.
And remembering some of the past interactions with the tuning fork and the sound, and in general this creature, Orin, and after everything that's happened, Gaharl would sort of watch where he was going and just silently follow him, knowing that he's not quite at full, knowing that everything he's been through, sort of just ready to have his back, just in case anything goes wrong.
Now, without paying any heed, Orin wandering off for 10 minutes, 15 minutes as you follow him, 20 minutes, until you reach it. Now, you've been traveling the old road for many days, but, excuse me, for a day, but this here is a road that you've never seen before, that's never existed before. For you remember the footprints of Enkeia. The footprints of Enkeia are the people of it, and you see the entrance to Hallowhall, crumbled, destroyed against the mountain. But even more so, the road leading away from it, it's not a mere road. No. This road was not paved by any horse or man, purposefully. This road was paved by thousands of refugee footsteps, flattening the earth into a highway that could support a horse-drawn carriage. Now here's what I want to ask you, though. I like the idea of this being a very peculiar, mystical road. I like the idea of the people who have fled Hallowhall have padded this ground into a road, but I like the idea that it was ash that was padded. So I like the idea that all the footsteps have created a new hardened substance, at least at this point in the road, like close to Hallowhall. So I'm going to throw it to you, James. What is the road made of? What does it look like that all of these, these footsteps have kind of mystically created with this ash, this anti-magic ash, compressed together? What does it look like? Does it look like brick? Does it look like glass? You go ahead.
So from looking at it, it looks as though someone made a relief of a normal cobblestone road. So instead of there being, valleys where the grout or something would be, it's instead all of the footsteps have created millions of tiny little indentations. And the more that these, this river of people walked along it and crushed it down and patted it down, it is a road made from the ash that they trudged across. The ash and whatever else may have been in Hallowhall, whatever came out of it, the ancient building blocks and anything that was held inside. I mean, some of the maybe the deepest vaults and things that were hidden, things that people never knew about, that all came exploding out into the sky and onto the ground and onto these people. And them leaving and fleeing Hallowhall and everything that's gone on, they just trampled it into a almost perfectly asphalt surface, or asphalt like we would know it. It's hard as though it were concrete, and it's this ash. And I feel like all around it, for a very long time, almost like a nuclear fallout, will have some sort of anti-magical effects and possibly some other sort of effects. Some other sort of effects as well. This is a road that, while horse-drawn carriages can walk on it, after long enough, the horse will begin to get just unruly and want to go off the road, even though, especially people that don't know what this road is made of, or maybe in the future that don't understand what it means, they'll never understand that.
I see. In a way, the spirit of those that died at Hallowhall is embedded in the pavement now. In a way, there is horror inside the road, and it, as you know, will take you to the entrance of Hallowhall itself. Now, in your final journey toward Hallowhall, not knowing what is waiting for you there, is there any final role playing? Any final healing? Anything else you want to do? As you hear the squeal of a tuning fork pointing in that direction.
I think Nymeria, hard on Bramble and Orin's heals, would also try to cast Healing Word to just aid him somehow.
Okay, cool.
Yes. Fortunately, it's not very strong. She only restores about 5 HP for him. But it's something.
Now, Orin, what does that look like? What does that feel like? What is your response?
So Orin has just been kind of walking just sort of forward with blinders on, and Nymeria has, tried to stop him a couple of times to help him, and he's just sort of brushed it off. And so as she finally just, touches him and casts this spell, again, that light sort of goes over him. More of these cuts sort of close up, more of the blood leaves, but there's still scars, there's still tattered clothes, and where his eye was, his left eye, now it's just a mess of scars, just kind of sealed clothes as it heals.
And I based on the amount of time it took, I like to think that this wouldn't have happened one after the other. We're not lining up to heal Orin. But Gaharl would, after that, and maybe, so we're traveling, Gaharl would sort of, I would say, work up the nerve, to speak to Orin. He's made friends a little bit with Quint, and, he's obviously traveled with Orin and with Nymeria, but after everything that's happened, he's not very good at making people feel better, especially being a dragonborn that likes to drink. It's something that he avoids. So he tries to think of something that they have in common. And almost they're walking, and the dragonborn finds himself walking next to Orin, and almost out of nowhere, awkwardly, he says, I was afraid I was afraid maybe I was going crazy again. I saw you turn into a T-Rex, and then now we saw this T-Rex, and well, I was afraid at the end of it I'd wake up again, but I'd have killed one of my few only friends rather than only severely hurt them. And he'd kind of chuckle, as though there was anything about that to laugh about, as though he just told a little bit of a joke, but he didn't really. And he would sort of put his hand on Oren's shoulder and cure his wounds, giving him 9 more back. Just kind of, like I said, doing his best to comfort him, but really just failing. If I rolled for how much it comforted him, he would have rolled a 1.
Yeah, at this point, Oren no longer looks like he was eaten by a dinosaur. He looks like he got jumped and had just the shit beaten out of him now. It's just bruises and scarred up face at this point. He's obviously still looking weathered, still looking exhausted and injured, but the limp is gone. He's walking with more purpose. He's more resolute. And you know that at this point he's just in shock. If he heard what you said, Gaharl, it doesn't stick with him. It doesn't resonate with him at all. He just keeps walking forward. You see his jaw twitching as he walks.
You find yourself walking toward the entrance to Hallowhall. But the entrance does not stand alone. There's a figure there. One you've never seen, a humanoid, at the entrance, at the crumbled entrance of Hallowhall. And what is this? What you see standing at the entrance to Hallowhall is like a humanoid machine. And he stands at the entrance. It stands at the entrance and says, "Will you please stop there?" And he holds out his left hand as if to say, "Halt. I seek something that you have."
For the first time in probably about a half hour, Oren stops walking. And his one eye just looks this thing up and down, having never seen anything like this. He kind of looks back at his companions, noticing that they're there with him for the first time, coming out of his shock. And he just sort of stands there silently, not able to speak, but wanting to get inside Hallowhall, wanting to continue following the tuning fork.
"I shall not be delayed. Please tell me where you are holding them."
What is it you're looking for?
The rod of 7 ports. Everybody do me a favor. Roll perception, please. I'm like incorporating the Warforged voice into my voice, like re-roll perception.
Barker, is this a perception that relies on sight?
This is a perception that relies on sight.
Then allow me to roll a disadvantage for the first, but certainly not the last time.
Oh, beautiful. Nymeria, but especially Quintrek, you notice something. You notice something specifically about this being. On his forehead is a symbol that you've seen before. Amidst those orange eyes, you remember seeing that symbol at the Pentis in Marthor, the Temple of the Winds. This is the symbol of Zero. Now, please. Right now. Right now! Right now. He holds up his musket. Not shouldering it, but holds it at his hip. Bayonet flashing in the sunlight. Yes, the sunlight. The sky is no longer overcast with ash. And ash is no longer falling.
Orin has had enough of this, and he's going to cast Witch Bolt.
Everybody roll initiative. And what I should have done last time with Gaharl, I'm actually going to do this time, so don't hate me, James. But Orin, you get to go first, no matter what the initiative, but still roll initiative.
Yeah.
In the chat, Matt's typing the initiative order, and we're all typing because we're dumb.
Not all. Barker is typing the initiative order wrong.
Barker is typing, I am the dumb. And go ahead, and we will put, let's see what, Gaharl 8. Where's Quintrex? Looking at Quintrex. Oh, 14, sorry, I didn't do that. After Quint, but before Gaharl, we will put Fyrax, which is the name of this being. So, Orin, what do you do?
So I'm going to go ahead and use my inspiration because otherwise I would be rolling at disadvantage. And Orin is just kind of standing there. He's listening to this thing talk. He's looked back, acknowledged his comrades are there. And as he comes out of this shock, the only thing he feels is just rage and impatience. And just like Quick Draw, he draws out the wand, and just a beam of crackling purple lightning just erupts from the end of this wand in the direction of this thing. So, ranged spell attack. That's a 17 to hit.
It's almost like it's drawn immediately to this being. You absolutely hit Fyrax.
Awesome.
I love the idea of, oh, this is where we monologue. That's not this type of movie. And
Not
Orin
this
just
time.
blasts him. Not even chatting.
Okay, and I'm going to use it as a second level slot because I have no choice because I'm a warlock. And that's going to be 8. I believe it's force damage. 1 second. Lightning damage. 8 lightning damage. And the lightning hits this thing, and it sort of wraps around it almost like a lasso. And Orin is going to maintain the Witch Bolt on this thing, holding his wand with both hands, and just sort of, whenever this thing moves, Orin is going to move the wand with it and maintain it like a Ghostbuster.
Phenomenal. Phenomenal. Nymeria, you see this blast of purple energy in front of you. The entire world has gone to purple. What do you do as Orin maintains the spell against Fyrax?
So we don't know much about Fyrax, except that he does want around 7 parts, correct?
Yep, he wants your pieces.
Well, I guess we can't question them now very well. Okay. Just after the events that have happened, like Gaharo mentioned earlier, we just have his back. And immediately hoping that maybe this spell could help, or at least take advantage of the fact that Orin's already doing this crazy lightning damage. She too casts another spell called Call Lightning. That's not lightning. I tried. I don't have the page, so let's see if it is.
It's okay. No worries.
James will look it up for me.
Nice. I really like the idea that the entire environment is coated in purple. It's almost like the entire entrance of Hallowhall is like inside of a nightclub with a purple strobe light. It's just like blasting along the mountains into the skies. It's a light show from this witch bolt.
So it's not an attack. It's
No.
We all save. Each creature within 5 feet. So it depends on how close we were to him. Shoot.
So there's nobody in 5 feet. Well, you could run up to him and do it.
Yeah, so we have to dex save against it if we're close enough.
If everyone's like in my vicinity.
But
I
he
can
was saying we
hold on.
weren't that close, and you could get closer and do it.
Yeah. Seems too dangerous.
What? This guy's got a gun.
Saw how many times like Quintrek got to actually shoot his?
10, 9,
Okay.
8.
But she's running up and doing Call Lightning.
Awesome. Cool. Do it.
But
Well, you save.
Is it a dex check?
I believe so.
No, dex.
But
against, 15.
the hit is 17, and it is a dexterity saving throw, so he needs to at least hit 15.
He failed.
Ooh. So
3d10 lightning damage.
yes.
Holy mother of Jangus. Okay, hit me.
She got
What's that number?
14 total.
14 total. You see lightning from 2 different sources just scorching through this figure, but he stands resolute like a statue. The only movement is his head as it twitches to look toward Nymeria. Quintrek, what do you do?
Well, Nymeria would probably flinch back. She's a little creeped out. She doesn't understand metal, non-humanoid, well, humanoid beings, but it ain't natural.
So I think Quintrek, not wanting to be too hasty, even though his comrades are angry and all this, he would probably do something more slight, like basically I'm going to reskin the vicious mockery cantrip. And so, as Quintrek begins to, no, wait, careful, and before he can stop himself, his eyes go white again, and what began as vicious mockery is a profane and dead language as a fireball erupts from his palm.
Oh, awesome.
Not even in his control, just wait, and as he puts his hand up to say, hold on, everybody, and he just rages out and just blasts this guy. So essentially, this is an automatic hit attack, but you need to make a dex save to see whether I do full damage or half damage.
Oh, all right. Okay, so the dex save amount is 20. That's a modified 20.
Okay. So you do make it. You do make that, and so you would take half of the damage, and the damage for a fireball spell is, right now, I'm casting it as a 5th level spell, so it is, right now you made the save, so it would be, I do 8d6, 9, 10, 11d6, and you take half damage.
Oh my gosh. Okay, awesome.
You made us level 10.
I did do that.
Oh, look. I even have these black and red Quint Rec Fireball D6s that I was waiting to use. Oh, man. Oh, my God, and baby Jesus. I swear on my daughter that I have 2 6s and 2 5s on the first 4 rolls.
Awesome.
Okay,
Cool,
who can math for me? Okay, yeah. I want to just keep rolling here. All right,
That's 22.
Okay. Not as good for the other ones. And then
So
you
34.
and then you take half of that.
So 17 points.
And so what, Barker, what does it look like as Quint raises his hand to do a basic cantrip and these flames erupt from his fingertips and his palm?
What it looks like is the singeing of his clothes as he dashes to the left, his rifle still pointed directly at Nymeria now. But you see that all of his clothes are burned off by the fireball. Some singes on what look to be strange magical wiring underneath his armor. But you see that this man is a machine. You've never seen anything like this. What is this? What magic keeps these beasts moving? What magic keeps this creature on its feet? And despite the fireball, despite the lightning, Nymeria, at the last second, you find yourself face to face. Well, gut to barrel with the musket held by Feyrax, and he fires, and he rolled a natural 1. The fireball moves him to the side, and you see a plume of smoke burst past you, Nymeria. You hear the as the ricocheting pellets blast off of the road that was paved by the footprints of Hallowhall, and you see his eyes glowing orange glow brighter orange as if they are widening, and you see him drop the musket to the ground. Now, next up is Gaharl.
So, Gaharl, seeing everyone seemingly having their powers back, and he tested the waters a little bit with healing Orin, but he is going to do his best to try some good old axe to magical machine here, and he is going to swing his axe, trying to hit somewhere between the neck and the plate. Especially, he figures it should be relatively easy to land because this thing hasn't moved much. And I'm going to use Divine Strike. That will give me extra damage if I actually hit, which I believe I do. So that's a 21 to hit.
That absolutely hits.
So Gaharl rears back with his axe, this double-sided battle axe, and he begins to bring it down on, like I said, between this creature, this machine's, where his armor meets his head. And as he does so, his axe just begins to glow, and a very bright white, bluish light begins to come from it as he swings it down for... I started describing this and forgot I'd roll damage.
I hope a lot.
Yeah, me too. Oh, this might be another one. Okay.
What'd you get?
The dice is stuck. I have to roll an extra d8, but it's stuck in my vault.
That's fine.
I want to use mine.
Euphemism.
Oh. Okay. For 11 damage.
11 total?
11 total, yeah. With divine, I gotta see if that leveled up too. Apparently I did this wrong.
Awesome. Okay, yeah, absolutely you hit, and your description absolutely matches. But he looks resilient. He looks resolved. He looks like he's not. Looks like he's untouchable. Orin, you're maintaining this witch bolt on this being, this
Yes,
mechanical being.
I am. Yes, I am. So yeah, just 1d12 every turn I maintain it, and it lasts for a number of rounds here. So I'm going to roll 1d12. That's a 9. 9 lightning damage.
Cool.
So I just sort of... the fireball goes off, and this wave of heat and smoke just rushes past Orin. He's got his left eye just scarred shut. He's narrowing the other one, and as he's tapping into the Feywild once again, deriving power from his patron there, his eyes are again burning a violent purple color, smoke sort of coming from his one good eye, and again those spectral sort of deer-like antlers are beginning to appear on his head as he is channeling this magic and forcing that lightning into this thing's metal innards.
Absolutely, as you described. Absolutely, and you begin to actually see him falter. His left foot steps back to brace himself against the impact as he drops his musket. Nymeria, what do you do? Your first action should be to unmute your microphone.
Yes. Nymeria, having her guts almost blasted out by a freaking gun, she would just casting a quick cantrip, cast her Thorn Whip in an attempt to just grab it and knock that thing away. She does not want that thing pointed at her again, nor any of her companions. That be possible?
Awesome. So wait, what were you trying to do?
She's going to cast her Thorn Whip and basically use it to try and grab the rifle or just move it away, as far away from him as she can.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Alright, natural 17.
That'll do it.
So she reaches from her hip and it just materializes as if she was drawing it from her side, and just kind of like a who is the guy?
That's really
Anyways,
awesome.
and she just
Oh, Indiana Jones.
like Indiana Jones.
Indiana Jones. So you move the rifle away, and you absolutely do that. And I'm going to give you another action because he was dropping it anyway, but you absolutely move it maybe 50 feet away. It actually lands against a tree. It's still good to go, but unloaded and far away. Now what do you do?
So still having the Thorn Whip in hand, she's dashed it one way and then immediately just tries to crack it back at him. Only realizing moments afterwards that this is a metal man and it's probably not going to do much, but it's going anyways.
Okay, go ahead and roll your attack.
That's 2. Alright. Looks like 7. 7 damage. Possibly.
What kind of damage?
Piercing.
Piercing. Okay. It looks like it does less damage than it should have. That piercing damage. So, next up, Quintrek.
So, Quintrek is just as surprised as I think he's ever been, because as he's beginning to get more of a grasp on the magic, that sort of surprised him, that flame. But as he sees Nymeria move forward so bravely and put herself out there like that, Quintrek is actually going to become brave himself. and he is going to walk up, and even as hot as this creature is from the fireball and the witch bolt and all of this energy, Quintrek is going to place his hands on the creature's face and cast Polymorph. And what I'm attempting to do is essentially change this guy into not a Warforged death machine with 0 symbol on his face.
Very interesting. So what does that look like? I'm pulling my player's handbook down.
Sure. So, yeah,
ahead.
so basically it's a concentration spell. The casting time is 1 action. It's a transmutation. Now, I don't know how you are playing the Warforged. If it's Golem-like rules, a lot of them have immutable form, and they can't have this spell used on them. But Quint wouldn't know that.
This one does not.
Okay, cool. So essentially, the spell transform a creature that I can see within range into a new form. If he's unwilling, he has to make a Wisdom saving throw to avoid the effect. Quintrek at level 10, Ballin is his spelled save DC is 17.
Okay, so this is a what kind of check?
This is a Wisdom saving throw.
All right. That is a 7. And what does Feyrax turn into?
So the new form can be any beast with a challenge rating equal to or less than the target's level or challenge rating. So whatever the challenge rating would be, or like the level, it has to be a beast equal to or less than that. It retains its alignment, personality, but it assumes the hit points of the new form. And so I think that Quintrek would probably, without thinking about it, just have his hands there and just pressing and just... And Feyrax is an owl. As he is thinking of Pebble and he can't get it off his mind, it manifests, and this owl is now fluttering there.
Okay. Hold on for 1 second. While you've turned this once vile beast into an owl, and you see... Got myself. You see this mechanical owl in front of you, laying back, its wide eyes scanning left and right and left and right and left and right, looking towards you as you begin to move up on it. And you hear this owl let out a voice that says, "Please, no, I will tell you anything. Hoot, hoot."
Oh my god, yes.
And Quint is concentrating because this is new to him, and so as his hands, leave, and this owl sort of floating there, he's literally doing the 2 fingers on the temple, like sort of keeping this up through his concentration.
Yeah, absolutely. Anybody else want to talk to this beast, to this creature?
Well, I should probably stop casting Witch Bolt.
Probably.
It just goes. Just no. As it turns into an owl, Orin just instinctively whips his wand back, and the lightning bolt kind of crackles on the ground a little bit, kicking up dust as it sort of sucks back in to the tip.
Yeah, you hear this creature is beginning to kind of go on the fritz. He says, "Please stop. I will tell you anything. Happy birthday to you, Hunter Blue. Please."
Gaharl is I think that he literally gains the in-game effect stunned. He's just cannot even understand what just happened.
After a little while, this owl reforms itself into this being, slowly but surely and mechanically, but you see that he's wasted, close to being dead. His body lies on the floor, and you hear a certain type of wheezing. Please, let me go.
What do you need the Rod of 7 Parts for?
I do not need the rod of 7 parts. My master does.
Do you know why he needs it? What does he intend?
Zero knows why. I need not know.
You asked us to let you go. Where is it you would be going?
Well, back to my master, of course. Please. He just wants the parts. That's all he wants. He wants the rod. So you can't hurt him.
And as Quint is focusing, he says, does he have, and as Quint begins to talk, you see the owl sort of start to slowly like almost start to take back to the shape, and Quintrek focuses again. He says, ask him if he has any of the pots.
No, and you see the Warforged now has owl eyes as it's kind of mixing with its body, but it goes full Warforged again, and it says he has no, help me, please God, get me out of here. I don't want to be in here. I was put in here. Please God, help me. He has no parts.
Ooh, wait a minute. What was that first thing you said?
He has no parts, but he seeks them.
Gaharl would stare intently at this thing and say, what are you?
I am one of the chosen. I am Feyrax. I will be the general of the army to come.
If you're so intent on us letting you go, why would you tell me something like that? And Gaharl is sort of asking him questions, almost trying to coax out, like, what this hearing some of the this creature, this thing talking. Gaharl is more interested than anything. I mean, in a lot of things, but having heard that person's cries for help, he's not sure. He's just gonna try to keep talking to this thing.
And he likes the way that you're talking to him and rolling perception, Gaharl. That's what he likes. 17, you see him slowly reaching his hand towards one of the javelins that's on his back. As he's slowly saying, no, please let me live. I will tell you everything you want to know.
And so as he's slowly reaching for this javelin, Gaharl would, as though it were rapier or something just as light, hold his axe out toward this Warforged. And it's not a Warforged. Well, I don't know, whatever, to this creature. I don't know why I said Warforged. To this creature, and would say, "Don't move, or I'll lop that hand right off."
Let's do a competition of dexterity here, Gaharl. You roll dex, and I roll dex.
That's not a good one to roll.
Well, I got a 3, so if you roll better than a 3, you win.
Yeah, I got an 18, so modified 19.
He's reaching for the javelin. He's going to stab you.
And basically, if possible, I would take my axe and, like I said, holding it out, I would more or less hit his hand away. I would try and strike him, but it would be less to attack him and more to, stop him from doing it, but probably hitting him with an axe. So basically, like, hitting him, not necessarily to damage, but to knock his hand away from the javelin, but possibly hurting him in the process.
Okay. What we call this in old school Dungeons and Dragons is a coup de grace, a instant kill. Describe to me what it looks like as you destroy this animatronic humanoid thing.
So as he is reaching for this javelin, Gaharl does his, swings this very large axe around, trying just to, hit him possibly with the flat side of it, mostly his arm or his hand to stop him from getting this javelin. But whether it's something in him or maybe it's, the Tritherian himself slightly shifting Gaharl just a little bit, he strikes him again where he hit him earlier, and this battle axe comes down with all of its weight again between his neck and his neck and his shoulder, sort of in his collarbone, and just shears him, in half, probably about a foot, 12 inches, and he falls to his knees and falls face forward on the ground. And Gaharl looks around a little bit surprised, having not expected felling this creature. Even after seeing everything that it took, he surprised himself with his strength.
You see this humanoid being dismembered. You see his body turn into the body of an owl, and his head grow owl eyes as he reverts back into what Quintrek created of him. You see him kind of go back into his original form and then back into an owl, and then all of a sudden he kind of implodes on himself as his metal and stone body crumbles and crumbles and crumbles into a tiny little perfectly spherical stone. And out of it comes a beautifully blue wisp of air. And it's almost like that beautifully blue wisp looks at you before flying off into the woods. You see, as we cut to the wisp, zooming in between trees, as you hear the sound, as the wisp flies immediately towards something, and it sees a portal in the ground. Not 5-10 minutes later, out of reach, it sees the portal and it flies into the portal. A black, disgusting, muck portal to the Shadowfell, and you see it. You see every tree in the Crimson Wood turn into a crucifix with a corpse hanging on it in blood red. You see the wisp fly by a vampire spawn feeding on a corpse hung on the crucifix. It's screaming, but the vampire spawn will not let it die. You see the wisp fly out of the Crimson Wood and into a tall, dark tower. You see a hooded figure standing before a table. The wisp flies into another very similar figure to the one that you just defeated, and it turns on as its eyes flicker into orange, bright beams reflecting off the walls. You see the hooded figure looking at two items on a table. He's pressing his hands on them. One item is a small, elvish wakizashi, a katana, but a dagger. And the other item is a strange sword, forged from both metal and music. Kingren. You hear his voice. Did you tell them we were seeking the rod? And you see this hooded figure turn, and one eye is glowing red. He grasps a hunk of metal and shoves it into his throat, and you hear a and you hear Feyrax say, "Just like you asked, my master." That should keep them busy. They were more powerful than I expected, master. Yes. It won't be a problem, though. Soon we will overwhelm them. But, master, are they ready? You see this hooded figure walk towards a balcony. And on the ground, the dark floor, the dark Shadowfell floor, you see nothing. And he says, they are ready and forged for war. You see one set of orange eyes flicker on, and another, and another, and another, and a dozen, and 24, and hundreds, and thousands, tens of thousands. And that's where we're going to stop. We're going to need a bigger rod, is what Matt Flick said.
Oh,
So
shit.
good. It was so rad.
So I didn't know that polymorph lasted even after you stopped touching them for some reason, which doesn't make sense. So that's why I was like, he's back into a Warforged, and he's back into an owl, and I was like, oh crap, I messed it up. But
I did a bad thing. I did a bad thing because it is actually it's a spell with range, and I just did it for flavor. I did touch, so it's actually a range of 60 feet, and I should have told you that. But I was doing it for flavor, like he touches them, like just maybe to be cooler. But what you did was way better because I like the idea that polymorph is brand new to Quint, and he would be trying to keep it under control, and the dude would be shaping back and forth and back and forth. That was way better than just mechanically.
It was not purpose. It was not purposefully better because in the chat, Tim's like, "Hey, wait, isn't he an owl?" And I was like, "Oh crap, nope." Sort of. He's back and forth. He's like part owl. He's owl gender. I don't know, but
it was
yeah,
perfect. It was perfect.
That was awesome. That was fun, guys. Someone shared a YouTube link here, so I gotta just really quick check this out and see what it is. I'll also share it in the chat with you guys.
It was good.
Oh, it's applause. It's an
so
applause cheering sound effect.
It was good.
Oh, that's nice. There are 2,348,684 views on this and 303 dislikes. What the hell's wrong with people? I don't like cheering. I think you're muted, Tim. I can't hear you.
Hey, at least it wasn't during the game. I said that I love the name of the channel. It's the Halloween Haunters. It's the name of that YouTube channel. With
Oh, really?
Yeah. Like,
Nice. Beautiful. Well, cool. That was session 10 of Winds of Salin. Really quick, before we sign off, I want to remind you guys that we're doing Absolute Creativity at AbsoluteTabletop.com. If you go to the Absolute Tabletop Facebook page, and you have to have an account at AbsoluteTabletop.com, but that's super easy and it doesn't take anything. It doesn't take much of anything at all. Basically, just go there to the Facebook page, click on the link, write up 200 creative words about this map that we provide for you, and we give you a free digital supplement. So that's basically it. Thanks, everybody, for tuning in. That was kind of awesome. Usually we go on for an hour for about a Q&A. I assume that the people on the East Coast are tired. If that's the case, then we'll just cut it short. Either way, I would really, really, really like for these amazing players that don't make me work hard. They just basically, they just make up stuff that works, and I just go off of that. And I just want each of them to introduce themselves because they're awesome. From my left to right, first up is James.
Hey guys, I am James from Tabletop Terrors and also Absolute Tabletop. As Barker mentioned earlier, I had an amazing time playing some more Hallal. Lots of fun. Really fun coming up with stuff on the fly for this game, because anything Barker's like, hey, just make something up, I just do. And so far, it has gone relatively well. And I feel like that has made me happier and more willing to create in this game and outside of it. So really awesome time, and it was so much fun.
Yeah, dude. That, honestly, like, you guys just kill it when it comes to improv. But it just occurred to me today that I feel like I try to balance it out and ask everyone equally, but I feel like I've asked James to name the moon. I've asked James to tell me the story about Freyx, and now I've asked James to tell me about the road.
Dude, I was so happy you picked me for the road. I was so happy. I had an idea, and I was like, yep. I was like, I'm going, and you said my name, and I was like, there's no way he just picked me for that.
So far, it's fit, though. Every time you picked him, it seemed like his up in the rotation of cool stuff, so...
I just need to have a rotation on the board, because Cassie's next. Cassie 3 times in a row, you're next. Like, make something up, like 3 times in a row. Seriously. But, oh my gosh. Anyway, this has been awesome. Matt, you're next up.
Hello, everyone. I'm Matt. I run the channel A Fistful of Dice, and I write cool stuff over at AbsoluteTabletop.com. This session was absolutely incredible. Oren is one of my very favorite characters, and having him have kind of a tough time tonight, it's emotionally draining, and it's so awesome. Like, it's just really cool to see the character progress and see him come up against the sort of obstacles that he's having to deal with right now. So I'll just really quickly say that the Provokers is kicking off again September 25th. We are going to have our Session 0 a week from Sunday. That's going to be unbroadcasted, but we're going to share some clips around, I think. And Session 1 kicks off September 25th, so make sure that you mark your calendars. The Provokers coming back, baby.
I'm really excited about the Provokers, as we all are. I am playing Holly, my former character's adopted daughter, and I am more excited to play her than I ever was to play dice. Next up, somebody who has to allow their dog to go to the bathroom. This is Cassie.
Our poor dog. It's an hour and a half past his walk time, so he's kind of got to go. And I'm Cassie. I run Porch Pottery. I have a budding YouTube channel. You can check it out. The videos are pretty wonky. It's all GoPro, which is interesting. But I have an Etsy store as well, just Porch Pottery, and I'll have a website up soon. I'm going to be hopefully starting my own studio. And I'm really glad that I get to play with you guys. At the beginning, like, it takes me a while to kind of hit my stride, I think. But these guys are all such good storytellers, and it's amazing. I love all the descriptions and how we just get into it, and that's what makes it really fun. And I'm glad we could bring the T-Rex back. I remember we had a game a while back with that. It was fun. That undead T-Rex. It was cool to go up against it again.
One of my favorite sessions actually started with going through from character to character, and Nymeria at the beginning. This was in Myra. Nymeria, you were talking about like your lab and the area that you had, and also another scene before that was when your childhood home was burning down. And I just want to say that I don't think it. I think you're wrong. I don't think it takes you a long time to get in your stride. I think that the stuff that you come up with is just as legit as anything else. I think it's awesome, and it's created a really cool story. And I'm super stoked that you're in the game. So thank you.
Thank you.
Now go walk your dang dog.
I am. I'm going to walk my poor tired dog. So I will say goodnight, and thank you for watching, everyone.
Yep.
Adios.
For sure. And that's it. There's nobody else here to introduce themselves. I mean, I can't think of it. I'm being a dumbass. Tim, talk about yourself for a little while.
So, guys, I am Krengus Expelliarmus, Road Warrior. I've got a church.
That's it, Tim. If you were a drag queen, that would be your name.
Krengus Expelliarmus.
Just Road Warrior. Yeah.
My Patronus is a T-shade.
If I were taking a drink of coffee while you said that, my entire screen would be melting right now because I'd be spewing the coffee all over it.
My real name, if you've made it this far, you may know my secrets. My real name is Tim, and I'm half of Tabletop Terrors. James is my brother. Check out our channel and go over there and subscribe. I think that you'll enjoy it. We're just very fun, just inspiration, conversational. James and I talk back and forth a lot. So check it out. I am lucky enough to have these guys and Cassie in a session that I'm running. It's not going to be for a while, but you have some catching up to do. Once you're caught up on Provokers and Sir Salin, dig into the Dragon Grin games we have on our channel. But I love this game. And to me, Barker, this session felt like a lot of payoffs. And I loved that feeling. And so I'm just thankful to be in the game. And I'll stick around and chat for a little while. I'm up. I mean, it's already 1:30. It's tomorrow. So
yeah, I was thinking about taking it for another 25 minutes or so. But, dude, that's awesome to hear, man, because that was one of the things Tim said to me, and I want to say this as a game master, that this was some of the best advice is I think it was a couple – oh, first of all, Matt, I think you have to go. I feel like your entire room is like a gas chamber of –
It is 10:30 and it's 83 degrees in this room. I'm like, what does the neighbor got to do to get it not 83 degrees in here? I've got a fan going on high, blowing air in here.
You need
I
to,
don't understand.
You need to put a fan under your desk,
Dude,
blowing directly at your crotch, because right now your eyes are probably burning.
I have a fan blowing on my feet. I have an ice pack on my feet. I have a fan in the window, and I've never been hotter in my entire life than right now.
So why is it so hot in your room? Because I know in Seattle you guys don't have central air, right?
We don't have central air at all. I think the main thing is that the computer's going, and also it's not necessarily hot in the room. It's just hot where my fat body is sitting. Like it's just heat right here, and it doesn't help that it's a little bit warm outside too.
Yeah, sitting at a desk with a computer. Yeah.
When I say it's hot, I mean it's hot.
Yes, I'll tell you
All
what.
of this
When I was in Matt's
is
place,
hot.
when I was in Matt's place and we were playing Microscope in that room, by the end of it, it basically smelled like we banged in there. Like Matt and I were just banging in that room.
Dude went for it.
Yeah.
I did. I went for it. Matt, get out of that room.
I will.
Go wipe yourself off, man.
I will. I'm going to go take a cold shower. I love you guys. Great game. See you soon.
Cool. Thanks, Matt.
Yeah, man.
See you, dude.
Sorry for killing your owl, he says.
He's not sorry.
I'll get it back. I just got to do
service.
All right, bye.
Yep. Peace. Oh my gosh! Thank goodness that guy's gone.
Oh man!
Wow.
I've been waiting all night for you to kill his owl.
I know. I've been thinking about booting him this whole time. Who is this guy? Have you ever heard of him? Matt Cleek?
Matt Cleek? I'm like, when is Barker gonna chew him up to death with a T-Rex?
I tried to kill him, but I only got a stupid owl. Damn.
And his left eye.
And his left. Oh yeah, his left eye. Yeah, that's really worth it. So, I'm gonna go on for a little bit. James, you can leave if you want. It's totally up to you. I will play Rocket League at midnight with you if you want me to. But I doubt that
midnight tomorrow.
Yeah, I was gonna say, wait a minute.
Well,
But
yeah,
no,
I'll play.
if you're hanging
It'll
out,
be
I'll hang out. I
tomorrow.
just gotta pee real quick.
All right, go to the bathroom. Feel free.
All right.
So you were talking about how this session felt to you. I was telling you that it felt a lot like a lot of payoffs.
That was cool because like that. Here's the thing for me is and a lot of the Q&As are me talking about. I feel like me talking about things I could do better or reasons I don't like the Winds of Salin campaign as I've portrayed it. And there are a few sessions where I'm like, you know what, this could have gone a bit faster, and I feel like that's the case. But I feel like this session was okay. Here's the stakes, and that's where we go from there. Like you guys have chosen this path. The accumulation of improvisation and random generating of adventures and your choices have accumulated into Zero and his attempt to take over the world using the race of Warforged, which I hated. I hate that race, and now I'm like, this is a really cool way to use them in my world, I think. And all of these decisions have kind of piled up into this one story that we're going to see through to the end. And
I love it.
It's anyway. So I'm happy it felt like a payoff to you because that was the goal going into it. I'm like, this has to be the session that shows people what the campaign is.
Sure. Yeah, and I agree with that because everything you said about the improvisational nature, I love that stuff in the moment. But I think we were reaching the threshold of creating new throughways and new veins of story, and I love that you wrangled it in to say, okay, here is what is threatening you, and I think you did a really good job of making it feel natural. It didn't feel like you were saying, okay, guys, time to cram this in and make it, raise the stakes. I felt really good about the whole thing. It felt like the campaign, so it was great, man.
That's cool, man. That's awesome. And there are people in the chat. There's one chat message. First of all, like seriously, thank you, Tim. That's awesome. That's like gold medal. That's what I wanted. Jonathan says, 10 sessions and you finally managed to kill a familiar. Let me tell you something really quick about this campaign. What happened to the last Winds of Salin? It might start to cross the minds of these people that, unless they can somehow get around it, there's only one way to use the Rod of Seven Parts. And so, killing people, killing the characters has not been my foremost goal for a couple reasons. Number one, because, from the beginning we wanted kind of cliche D&D. We've kind of moved away from that since. But at the beginning we wanted cliche D&D, so I don't want to, kill all your characters. Right. And the second thing is that, I feel like this bond that the characters have created with each other is really worth keeping to the very end. Every character is complex in the ways that I love characters to be complex, and I'd really rather explore them than purposefully kill them. And I'm not big on, as a GM, I don't kill characters on purpose. As a player, I kill my characters on purpose. So if any of these people want them, I do. If any of these people want their character to die, I will absolutely be amenable to that decision. But until that point, we'll see how this ends. And I'm going through the chat now. I mean, this is basically where the Q&A starts. There's 3 of us here. Well, actually, there's 2.5 of us. Tim and I are here answering questions, and James is like, man, I really want to play Rocket League.
Oh my god. No, I'm playing right now. That's why I'm not.
I'm playing Rocket
League. Dude, I'm like, oh yeah, no, role playing is fun. Oh man, get it. I'm centering.
Oh man, I'm trying to touch the ball with my car. So let's do a Q&A. Next familiar should be killed instantly, just to keep Matt on his toes. I'm pretty sure Pebble was killed instantly. There was no saving. Pebble was.
I think he means upon creation.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, like if it does
like
become
after the ritual lightning strike.
Like
Well,
he's
no,
like,
after a ritual, yeah, Harl falls over onto it. It's just a lizard. He mashes it.
he's like, you know what? I like that dinosaur idea. I'm gonna make my next familiar be a Stegosaurus, and then the T-Rex comes and eats it, and you're like, oh
Like,
man,
son
I
of
should
a
have some at
familiar.
the top of the food chain.
Mm.
All right. Go ahead.
Steven. Oh, I was going to say, Steven, we play Rocket League on the PC. And Contrivance, we work on our aerial hits every time.
Oh my God, we dare to dream.
we dare to dream.
I'll tell you, 9 out of 10 times we fly right by the ball. But you know what we're getting good at, James? We're getting good at not both of us going in. Like if you're flying, going for the ball, I'm gonna stay back because I'm like 9 times out of 10, James is gonna fly right by the ball.
If I say I'm going in for it, it means get behind me because this is gonna bounce where it was about to in a moment. Yeah, no, that's what happens.
I'm about to miss this ball.
Exactly.
So I need you to be behind me to play defense.
It's like, hey, this might be really cool, but 9 times out of 10, I'm gonna need your backup.
But when you know what, that one time though, man, that's always good. It's always good.
Makes you forget all the rest.
I wish. So looking here, absolutely just had to bust you on the bit. You meant butt. Come on, right? Butt? No.
Nope.
I know. I was
Right in
messing.
the bit.
Oh, bust on you a bit.
Carol said, I remember your joy in killing a character in Hallowhall. Not only did I kill a character in Hallowhall, I killed her son's character in Hallowhall. But here's the thing, is that was the best character death I think I've ever seen. And it wouldn't have been that game without him doing that, and I was really happy that this is Ben Dunster, who's a really, really good role player, and I'm going to have him in a game after the wins is over, like when I start doing more one-shots and stuff. I'm going to bring Ben in a lot if he wants to play. But I always felt like, and I'll bring this up in a more broad subject, character death, especially in a one-shot, I feel like the game is incomplete without it, in a way. What are you guessing?
Oh yeah, and so there's just something about one shots for me where it's like you make a character and you kind of work on everything, and there are certain things you kind of want to happen. And I agree that a character death is a good one among them.
Yeah, because short stories, especially science fiction, they always seem a little more dismal to me. Like, it's rare that I'll read a short story that's like, oh, that was really happy. You know, especially like sci-fi and horror and fantasy and stuff. So, to me, a one-shot's a short story. You take that tense moment, the culmination, the best part, or the worst part. So, that character death is usually the culmination of the character's arc. So, that is how you finish it. You know, it's the best way to finish it because it's like, look, this is the moment. This is the burning out, you know? But I'm with you.
Yeah. Yeah. I have a question from, oh man, I'm going to say Andre, but it's spelled Andrzej. It's ridiculous, Andre. I think your middle name's Andrew.
Andre.
I don't know. Andrew, I believe might be Andrew. Here's a question. What would you guys, and I'm sorry for butchering your name. I really am sorry. I just suck. Oh, here's a question. What would you guys suggest for people starting an RPG-themed YouTube channel? Guys?
So my suggestions, if my mic is unmuted, yeah, sorry, I was moving my window around and it kind of froze. My suggestions are don't worry too much as long as it looks okay and sounds okay, and just make videos. It doesn't matter what they're about because they'll always exist. Just keep making videos. And if you don't like the way the last one went, post it anyway and make a new video. Or make another video on the same subject in 2 weeks and say, I talked about this 2 weeks ago, but I didn't really like it. The only way you can get subscribers and people to watch you is if you have videos. There will never be one video that makes 1 million people subscribe. There will never be one day where everything goes well. But if you post your stuff in the community and you have good videos, people will watch them, they'll subscribe, and it'll be great.
Yeah, I think my advice is to pretend each video you make is your 100th video. Never say, hey everybody, I'm starting this YouTube channel, kind of like I did, because if I'm tuning into your YouTube channel and I'm a new viewer and the first video I watch is, you know, your maybe 6th video and you say, sorry I haven't, you know, made videos in a long time, I'm probably going to be like, Actually, no, that's not the case. I'm right here, right now. I'm ready for it. Just pretend like you make videos all the time, because skip through the jargon. I would say when I watch videos personally, I want to see some tips. I want to get some advice. I want to leave your YouTube video with something that I'm going to use for the next game I run. So that would be my advice.
Yeah. I would also say that what your take is the most important thing. If James and I did a video, and Barker does a video, and Matt does a video, if we all chose the same topic and did a video, it's going to be wildly different. And that's what a YouTube channel is for. It's for your opinion and your personality to show through. Don't feel like you have to have this robotic sort of performance and make it perfect. I like idiosyncrasies. I didn't always. But now, what James and I talk about is it's about capturing a moment. It's not about manufacturing a moment. So just plugging in, whatever webcam or whatever you're using and just talking about something that you're interested in or inspired by is that's it. That's the magic. Even if someone else just made a video about it, say, hey, I was watching Barker's video over at Be a Better Game Master. He's doing these awesome creativity exercises, and it made me think about this. And then just talk about it. That would be my thought. Just be yourself and talk from your heart, because even if the quote-unquote topic is the same, nobody's going to say what you're going to say and have the same experiences that inform your thoughts and stuff like that. So just be yourself and don't worry about being someone else.
Yeah, that's a good advice, Tim. Don't ever be convinced that everything's already been talked about, because you haven't talked about it, so it's invalid.
Exactly. So Garth had a question, and we heard from him earlier during Tim's live stream, and he was asking about our recent switch to focus on creativity at AbTab. And correct me, if I say anything wrong here, guys, but this is the way that I see that. Specifically, we haven't released a book recently, at least a new product recently, and that's because we're taking our books right now and we're making them print on demand. Now, we've run into a lot of little things here and there with the print on demand stuff, and specifically, it's the way Tim put it, very much a hurry up and wait game, which is we submit the book to get approved, and then we wait. And then when it's approved, we order a proof, and then we wait. And in that waiting time, we can work on more of them, but we're not creating as much, or at least not on a schedule. Now, the important thing is we're still creating. Matt's still working on Stone Rift. Me and Tim are still working on Dead Man's Guide. Barker is working on New Campaign Master. There are a few other things we have going on as well. Matt brought something up recently he was working on. We're working on an adventure. There's Harbinger, a ton of stuff. So specifically, Garth's question is our recent switch to focus on creativity. And I would say that more than anything, I feel like it was not necessarily, it wasn't like a corporate decision that we need to do this. It was like Tim explained in the live stream. Barker was like, hey, I was thinking of doing this podcast. And Tim was like, hey, I've been really thinking about creativity a lot. And Matt was like, hey.
Actually, look at this freaking Google Doc that's dated a week ago where I'm talking about this, Barker, you idea thief. That's exactly like, are you kidding me?
So
it was
like
insane.
more than anything, it was just like, hey, we've all been really in creative moods recently. And again, we create, but there was just something about it recently that apparently we all got the bug. Now we're all very close friends and we talk all the time, so it may have been little influences here or there. But then as far as you mentioned that the switch to focus, I wouldn't say it was a switch, or a pivot is another word used before. It was more just, hey, we want to engage people more, and this is what is sort of in us right now, so let's see what they have to think. A lot of times we love hearing from people, so we wanted to come up with a way to hear from people in a structured way. And then I think it was Tim's idea. A lot of people were spitballing it. I was very busy at the time. But then they came up with the idea for giving away a supplement, and all of us were like, you know what? Absolutely. What better way to incentivize people just making stuff than to just say, you know what? We're just going to give you something for it. Hopefully that answers your question. Because like I said, I wouldn't even say it was... I don't it wasn't like I said, it wasn't like we had a boardroom meeting and our non-existent stockholders were like, "You guys need to do." We were just like, "Hey, why don't we do this?" Like most decisions we make are kind of like, "Hey, what would go wrong if we did this?" Oh, only a few things. All right, let's do it.
We didn't meet about it. We just all showed up to work all wearing purple. Like,
Exactly.
oh wow, you're wearing purple too. Like, oh wow, that's
Must
exactly
be
what it
good.
was. And James said it when he was like, we haven't been putting out like new supplements for a while, and there's a level of creativity in making things print ready, but it's not it's not creativity like making a roll table or writing a whole new supplement. And I feel like I'm about to explode with creativity, and I'm like getting in the recording studio more now, and I'm writing more, and I'm doing this creativity podcast. And then it was like, you know what? We should get everybody to create stuff and not just us. I just feel like that was, for me, that's what happened.
And I had like 40 minutes to talk about it in the stream, but I want to mention one other thing because I thought about it afterward. Because and honestly, you know what I'm curious about? I think it was Garth. Was it you who brought it up in the chat earlier? Meaning,
Yep.
there's
Yeah,
something about it to you too, right? There's something that's. So I want to know in return, what is probing you to ask that question? Like, what are you feeling in a positive way? Like, what is this stirring you to do? Because it sounds like this might be something that's on your mind too. But I want to mention this.
Yep.
I started seeing a pattern, and I didn't realize it until I thought about it after the stream. More and more people weekly message us or post on Facebook saying, for the first time I blank. For the first time I DM'd a game and it was great, and watching you guys made a difference. For the first time I wrote an encounter. For the first time I made a character background. And I thought, we were sort of doing it anyway, but without a focus on it.
Yeah.
It was just a peripheral side effect. And I think all of us started to really be inspired by that, whether it was subconscious or whatever. But I think a small piece of it was we decided, let's stop letting it be a peripheral side effect. What if we can focus on it? What better results we can get? If it's just happening as spillover, what if we directly challenge people to do it? And I think the results have been great.
Yeah, for sure. And it's huge. Like, here's the deal. I'm distributing the free PDFs every morning, and I'm already peeing myself because I feel like I'm going to open it up tomorrow and there are going to be 100. But here, hey, man, it's all part of the creative job. I'm just going to freaking shoot myself someday on accident because I'm too busy typing in email addresses. Anyway.
That's called suicide. We're just dancing around the phrasing.
I didn't mean to
shoot myself on accident.
I didn't mean to cry for help here on live YouTube. I know that was
I'm gonna accidentally hang myself.
No, and seriously, like suicide is I don't want to joke about that. That's a huge thing. But seriously, like, it's hard work. But part of me is like, God, that's awesome. This would be really cool to get all this stuff down. And, as company-wise, it doesn't cost us anything. Let's give some free PDFs away. Let's get people creative. Share it with your friends. Share it with your family. Share it with your grandma. Papa bless. Let's get you some PDFs.
So this is not necessarily a quick question, but I think I have a tip on it. So I just want to warn you, Tim, because I think
you've already skipped a question that I'm going to answer, but you go ahead.
Oh, yeah, go for it. No, you can go for it.
No.
I was trying
you
to
go ahead.
Ride this train. Okay.
James, I would rather be passive aggressive. So no, you go.
No, really, I'll go.
Go ahead. No, I'm fine.
So Warmaker777, my brand new very best friend in the whole world.
That guy looks a lot like you, which is weird.
Oh my God, are you about to ask the same question I was going to read?
Maybe. I wasn't sure. That's going to let you go. He says, I know you guys don't specialize in this. Do you have any tips for novel writing? No problems writing for RPGs, but for some reason, struggling with the story idea. Any question, Parker?
Well, I was going to say, so for those people who just heard James sound like a Warforged, I'll reread the question. James, you cut out a little bit. That's what I was thinking. So it is.
Your fault.
It says, I know you guys don't specialize in this, and this was the question I was going to get at. But do you guys have any tips for novel writing? I have no problems writing for RPGs, but for some reason, I've been struggling with this story idea. Any tips? James, you brought it up first. What's your tip?
So Do I sound better?
Nope.
Not at all. Still a robot. You can talk if I still sound like a robot.
Okay, you
Steve
still
stuff.
sound a little bit like a robot, so I'll go and then we'll go back to you after it's fixed.
Okay. You go for it. Perfect.
The only thing the only tip I have for fiction writing, because I write fiction as well, is you're gonna be a writer and then you're gonna be a critic. But don't be both at the same time. That's my tip. Be the writer, finish the writing, and then be the critic. Then look back at it, spend a week off and then come back to it and then be pure critic. But don't criticize your writing while you're writing it or else you won't write anything. Just write. Even if you know in your head this sucks, once it's completely done and you look at the whole project, you'll know what things need to change, and more specifically, you'll know what awesome things stay the same. That's what's called a rewrite. Every author does rewrites. Stephen King does rewrites. Every author. So just get the book done and written in all of its awful glory and then become the critic and then change it. That's my advice. Don't do both at the same time or you're just going to have a blank page.
So, can you hear me any better now? The robot here?
Little bit.
bit
You try it. You try it and we'll stop.
Okay, we're gonna. I don't know what changed. Everything is the same as it was earlier. But Actors One, you were last on the internet. So I was roughly going to give similar advice in the scope of what he had. So he mentioned more or less why is the problem for not writing but not for PG. Well, I'll sum up two. I think we're a whole podcast about this.
I don't know,
I'll give you
man.
the gist.
I don't know if that's gonna work. I'm sorry, man. It's really bad. Maybe unplug and replug in, or leave the hangout and come
I
back.
don't know what's happening.
I'll try reloading.
That's a
Oh,
bummer.
you did that so I can be a Warforged later? Oh, he left during the chat.
Oh.
He's coming back.
You know, I can turn. Let's go audio only. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, but keep going.
Okay. Is it really? I can't imagine what changed.
That's way better.
10,000%.
Way better? Okay. Yeah, okay, so you guys don't get to see me, which means I get to take all my clothes off. I don't know why I said that. So the important thing I wanted to stress in this case was the difference between writing a novel and an RPG is, I think, exactly what you said, Barker. Basically, when you write a novel, you do that. I mean, you write an RPG, which you write once, and then you play it with the players, and that's the next iteration of the story. With a novel, when I first tried writing anything, thought it has to be as good as it's going to be first. And just like you said, Barker, you're like, no, you write it. You get it all out there. It's no good. Things don't make sense. A character's name changes halfway through the story. It doesn't matter. Go back and rewrite it. This would be the equivalent of, hey, I'm going to run this game for you guys. And then your players play it, and you hone it a little bit, and you fix some problems, and you cut down some sentences, and it sounds better. And then you run it for the players again. Now this analogy starts to fall apart because once the players know the story, it's a little different. But the idea being that, like you said, it's those iterations. You go over it again and again and again, and eventually you have a novel. But you have to run that first game first.
Right. And for me, I'm going to tell you buckle up, guy that looks like James, because I am going to tell you something that I wish someone would have grabbed me by the chunky face and just put their nose against mine and told me from the beginning, and it's that novel writing is far more quantified and specific, and tabletop RPGs is a lot more improvisational and broad. Novel writing is like recording an album. It is very specifically produced to make a certain thing that will last forever in a certain way. Playing a tabletop RPG is like playing a live concert. The crowd that night, the PA, all of these factors that come in make the songs and the sound different every time you do it. And we happen to just do recordings of quote-unquote live albums in this analogy, but make sure you never forget that. I'll give you a great example. You just watched this game. Barker said, the world is bathed in purple. I just feel like everything would kind of just be like, the way Hallowhall is, and he was able to just get us there with these descriptions. In a novel, you need to decide exactly how you're going to describe the world being bathed in purple, exactly where, and exactly how often you're going to remember to do it in the rest of the scene. And it's very different. So I'm just warning you, it's awesome. Go for it. But to me, they are worlds apart. And I think that they're too often put together in the same category. It is absolutely worlds different. One's recording an album, the other's recording a live show. And they're not supposed to be the same thing, though they share so many similarities.
I think that's a really good way of putting it. And I think another the similarity, however, is there's a way your brain feels like when you're improvising. It feels like spacious. It feels like nothing's off limits. Like you could just choose anything and do anything. It's this really good feeling. Try to get that feeling when you're writing, because that's how, I don't know, I feel like you said, Tim, after this game, I know for a fact, we're going to be back next month playing another game, blah, blah, blah. But when you're writing a book, that book never changes. You got to kill that darling after you're done with it, and so it's got to be exactly, specifically the way you want it. But does it? Like, here's the deal. At the beginning, the first draft, no. It's going to suck. It's got to suck. If it doesn't suck, you're not doing it right. So just keep writing it. Right. Someone's Mike the Piper, Mike Lusham asked, when is the NK a setting book coming out? In like 2 years. Probably like 2018, maybe 2017 late.
July 39th.
July 39th.
So there was another question by Plain Text. I'm thinking of including a narrator for the beginning and ends of my sessions for my next game. What tips would you have for this style? Barker, your intro voices are the best.
Man. So I'm thinking of including a narrator for the beginning. So you're going to narrate. He's going to narrate, right?
Yeah.
He or she, I'm not sure who Plain Text is. Beginnings and ends of the session for my next game. I love, first of all, I mean, you already know, I love intros, I love outros, I love narrations. One of my favorite things is to narrate in the voice of someone that the characters are going to see that session.
Yeah.
That, to me, is fun because, especially, and I kind of messed it up last session because I thought last session was going to go faster, so I did Randall's voice in the last session, Randall the Woodsman. You didn't meet him in the last session, but it's neat because when you hear Randall's voice, you're like, oh, snap, we're about to talk to Randall in this session, because after a while, it gets kind of neat when you throw in a rare voice that people don't hear very often, or a new voice.
Yeah, and I think that's the main thing is, so don't be afraid to do stuff like that, because I really feel like there's very little downside to doing it. The number one thing, and I don't know how much you do this, Barker, though, especially if you're going to do it at the beginning, you have a chance to plan what you're going to say, because it's not necessarily improv. I mean, you could write it down and you could practice saying that part. If you really wanted to have a lot of punch. Basically, if it were me, I wouldn't improv the beginning narration, because A, I have a chance to write it and perfect it, and B, I'm like, well, you probably know what you want to say, and you don't want to say the wrong thing or, misspeak. Basically, you have a chance to say it however you want.
This is, and I can't really see it, this is the previously doc, all the way basically down to here. It's basically word for word until it got here, and then I kind of improvised through. I just put single sentences, perhaps ... maybe ... I'm sorry, I can't do this ... That was the part in the narration where the narrator was like, nah, I can't do this anymore. I got to get real with you. And I didn't really, that's when I started improvising because it felt more natural to me. But the one thing I would do is use this time to recap the game and think about what are the characters going to do this session, and remind them of that thing that they experienced in the last session. Let's say they're going to talk with Randall the Woodsman in this session. Remind them in the previously intro that Randall the Woodsman is a character. That way, when they see him, you won't have to remind the characters who he is, because they'll be like, oh, this is that guy, because you just told us about him.
Well, and I was just gonna say, like, and to jump right off that advice, why are you doing it? And I'm not discouraging you, but one of the things, and I know it sometimes can be annoying because Tim's always asking this question, but I'm the guy who's always gonna say, okay, why are we doing this? Because sometimes we're trying to get a result and we're using the wrong tool for that result. So I love what Barker's saying. Use that as a way to recap in most cases. Don't dump a bunch of exposition. Don't tell another guy's full story through the narration. Use it as a tool to get me back involved in the game. I don't know how often you play. We play once a month. So those previously ons, they let me know what I need to be focusing on because it shows me what my game master's focusing on. So use it in that way as a tool to say, pillar, pillar, pillar. All right, let's jump in. Don't just use it to tell me a story about something far away unless that story is going to be important for right now or sometime near so that it's pointed.
Yeah, and I will say two things. One is, I forgot the first one. Yeah, okay, so I don't remember exactly what I was going to say, but this is what I wanted to get at. If you are going to tell a story about something that's far away, that's what I was going to say. The previous Leons are great because as much as you would like to think that your players remember every single thing that happened last session, it's not going to happen, especially if you've been prepping for the last few days. You know what happened the last time we played, but I didn't remember some of the things that happened, and I was very grateful to Barker, who was like, hey, this is the stuff that happened. The other thing is if you are going to narrate something that, say, happened far away or to other characters, do what Barker does and have your players play the characters in those situations. Because it's just fun role play, it's really cool, and it allows you to sort of sneak in some exposition with characters that these people don't know while still having a fun time playing RPGs.
Totally. I think that's excellent advice. James, you're the question master. What do we got?
Yeah, so another one was relatively simple, and it was handled, but I feel like we can touch on it real quick. Somebody asked, they were having trouble, any advice for a new GM for 5th edition when it comes to challenge ratings for monsters? What would be a strong fight or an easy fight? The first thing they'll say is, really good section in the Dungeon Master's Guide about this. You can't beat the right in the book, but if I remember correctly, and I think Carol mentioned this, challenge rating maps relatively to how many, rather a party of 4 of that level players can handle one of those. So they said, a challenge rating 3 monster is roughly equal to how much, it's roughly equal to 4 level 3 players if it's a challenge rating 3 monster. Now this can vary wildly because if the players roll really poorly, or if the monster rolls really well, or if you play the monster brutally, or it's not a perfect system. But you're the GM and you can kind of figure it out. But
and also, I'd absolutely recommend if you don't have a if you do have a Dungeon Master's Guide, there's a section called Combat Encounter Difficulty, and it's a chart that I keep on my dry erase board, and it's easy. I just reference it. I look for the character level. I look, do I want the encounter to be easy, medium, hard, or deadly? And I multiply that number times the number of characters there are, and that's the number of experience points that I can spend on a monster.
Exactly.
But I haven't done that in this game because these guys are level 10, and I'm like, I'm just gonna throw a bunch of stuff at you. Like,
you can
kind
kind
of
of
magic. I don't care,
dude. Totally, yeah.
I didn't know Pebble was gonna die before we came in.
No, dude.
But if you don't have the DMG, I'm sure you can find the. It's called XP Thresholds by Character Level.
Yes,
that's what the chart is called. Just look it up on Google. You'll find it.
And a good way to divide those two, when you think about challenge rating and you think about like the XP, it's interesting. Challenge rating is you must be at least this tall to ride the monster. Like that's it. Like your challenge rating needs to match that roughly. XP is spending, it's like money. XP is you're saying, okay, I have a budget, and like Barker said, it's not cheap, overpriced, it's easy, medium, and hard. And you get to spend that budget on saying, well, a deadly encounter is going to cost me more, but I want to spend that on this right now. Yep. So that is a good way to do it. If you're really curious, if you email tabletopterrors@gmail.com, I actually wrote an article about it for our old blog. It's down right now. In fact, you know what? I'll post it on our Facebook page. I'll post it right now. So if you guys are really interested, I have an article that I wrote about it that I think would be very easy to understand because I wrote it for me when I was figuring out 5th.
That's awesome. I'm interested definitely for seeing that. Yeah. One thing that Lloyd, Jarl DM, said that I agree with is that he was talking about how the challenge ratings are way off. And I think that what I end up doing is if I want a medium, if I want a medium difficulty encounter, I choose from the hard. I make it hard.
Right.
If I want a hard encounter, I make it deadly because I find that at least maybe it's the way I dungeon master. I'm really open with ideas and stuff like that about friggin' spraying ash on people and shooting their eyes out on accident. But so if I want a hard difficulty encounter, I'm gonna make a deadly one because I know it's gonna be hard because it's the way I run it.
Right.
So,
well, there's two sort of weird idiosyncrasies I found with 5e running it. This is just me. One, if the monster doesn't go first, the combat is not going to work out the way their challenge ratings say. It's almost like when the designers made it, they expected the monster to go first in a weird way. The other thing is that I feel like you can see these sort of ley lines in the monster manual. If you don't run the monster exactly how it was designed to be run, like using this ability to go with this one so that this can happen on this round, there's some more kind of like through lines. If you don't do it like that, it doesn't add up, and that can be challenging as well. If you don't notice until the 3rd round, oh wow, this creature has frightful presence. They shouldn't even be near it right now. That kind of stuff. So, yeah, it's funky.
Yeah, it definitely comes down to the way you run it. So that's the thing, is it's a little bit of getting used to it. I mean, we can give you these tips, and like Lloyd said, in his opinion, they're this way, and it's the kind of thing where it's going to depend on your party. In fact, Lloyd just said if the players are able to focus on a creature, they generally will defeat it pretty easily. So in that case, it's like, okay, well, it's not challenge ratings then. It's okay, well, how can I make it so they don't defeat my monsters so easily?
Yeah. I think that's a really good thing to remember is that if you do a CR10 challenge encounter with one monster, it's going to be a lot easier to defeat that monster than if you do a CR10 challenge rating 10 encounter with 2 monsters, because now you increase the monster's number. So that's why challenge rating is a little, it's not perfect because if you have more monsters, then that's an advantage. So I don't know. I feel like you should try it. Just wing it and run some games and see how it works with your GMing style and your players and your characters, and then change it from there.
Yep, about three times, and you'll have it. I think I've talked to Matt about this. He gut feelings it too. I gut feeling all my encounters, and you just kind of start to know like what it is.
Bro, gut feeling. I asked the people in the chat what they wanted. Rob said, "Don't look back."
That was it.
Tyrannosaurus Rex.
Oh, man.
I saw Jeff Goldblum looking in the rearview mirror. I saw him and I was like, "Oh man!"
That was it. Don't look back. I'll give you one final Tim talk too much tip that I've really learned about running encounter. For me, increase how hard the monster hits and lower their hit points.
Yeah.
Your combats will be leaner, and they'll feel more dangerous, and your players will thank you for it. I promise you.
Yeah, I do the very same thing, and I think even Matt mentioned he does that sometimes, especially because it quickly becomes, I don't know, to me, it gets a little boring. You know what I mean? It's just like when you get to a certain point in a combat, depending on how it's run, you can see the end. It's like, okay, hey, on a long enough timeline, we are going to hit it more than it hits us. Mm-hmm. We are going to do more damage than it can do to us, and that's it. And then we'll heal afterward, and it's cool. Now, that sounds maybe a little too broad and like, oh, I love 5e, but that's why I lower the hit points and up the damage, because I'm like, yeah, it should just be it should hurt. They should almost die, depending on the combat. If they're just fighting a couple goblins at the beginning, don't almost kill them.
That's actually the one thing about 5th edition that I'm not a big fan of, is that I feel like the combat goes a little bit slow.
Yeah.
For me, so that's exactly what I do, and that's exactly what I did here. I upped the damage of the T-Rex and lowered the hit points, so it ran away after a certain threshold, and the combat went a little faster, and it
was
definitely
pretty
went
dangerous.
faster than it would have if I didn't. And Orin got down to 1 hit point. So
Yeah. But that was a good example of 1 monster versus 4
yep,
people.
for sure. So I think we're good to go, unless you have another question that you're like, oh man, we got to answer this.
There was one more.
We could-
and
I was just going to read this novel real quick.
Oh, great. I was actually looking at plain text question, the last one, for our last question. It says, to each of you, make up a 2 to 3 sentence character concept for some game you might one day play. What would they be? And I just think that's a fun thing to do. So,
Yeah, no.
but if you want to do a different one, James, I'm cool.
No, that's all right, because it's late. It's no big deal.
I don't care. Dude,
Okay.
I don't sleep. Everyone in the world talks about the bags under my eyes. These right here, which I know I have. People sometimes ask me, "What do you have? Do you not sleep?" Someone said I looked like a drug addict the other day. And then
It's gravity.
sometimes people say you
You're
look
too tall.
punched in both eyes at the same time. Someone says I got 2 black eyes. This is my life right here.
I was gonna say.
could sleep for-
Oh, I was just going to say that's a trait. I don't know if you've seen specifically, there are some Russian people, specifically Russian women in a lot of cases, just have bags under their
Where
eyes.
is this
That's
going?
like
you ain't helping me, bro. But
what I'm saying is it's
Barker's a
not
Russian woman.
people
I am.
assume that it's because you haven't slept, but I'm like, no, it's just his face.
In Soviet Russia, bags had you under their eyes. Okay, so
So the question I was
Well,
getting to.
I was gonna say, why don't we do James your question and then Barker your final question? I'm down with that. It's already 20 after 2. I'm ready to shoot the moon here.
Yeah, that's what Barker just said.
what are we doing? What did I just say?
James,
You said, hey,
do
we'll do your
yours.
question, and then
No.
we're going to do the one, the good one you liked last. And then Tim was like, yeah, we should do that. And I was like, yeah,
I
that's
thought
what we were
I thought
doing.
he suggested that you do yours instead, but that's fine.
No. Certainly not.
Do yours and then I'll do mine. We'll do yours quick, super quick. Go.
So,
You're
War
already
Maker
fucking
says,
up.
You
I plan
are-
on my world being the dreams of a god in the real world, and the players start in the void, and the world spontaneously forms around them. Is this too blunt, or could it be more subtle? If you say it like that, it's a little too blunt. If you want that to have weight, I would not mention any of that, and slowly hint at it, similar to the way Barker is slowly giving us little bits. Especially if you watch older Win sessions, he builds up the mystery. That's the only way to make something like that really cool, is to release it slowly and not make it sort of the Deus Ex that's like, oh, well, because you're in a dream, then you all died. And you're like, wow, it's kind of feels like bullshit. So
I've always wanted to run a role-playing game, and the twist at the end is that all of this is happening in the minds of 5 people sitting around a kitchen table playing a role-playing game. It's just like so meta, it just goes in circles. So
Exactly.
someday I'm gonna do that.
All right, so yeah, now we can go on to the other question, the cool one.
Oh, we're not all
But
answering.
I think
Oh, you can.
we can.
Sure.
I thought that was good. That was a good answer for me. But Tim, go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say that for me, I don't like being that close to the lore of the world personally. I don't like it to be that defined. For me, I like it to be like, well, it could be this, and some say it's this, and some. So if you really want to go that route, go for it and do it big like that. Be subtle, like James suggested. But I would also see, without asking them, would you like to be in the dreams of a god? Make sure your players are on the level with that level of epic lore kind of spinning, because if they're looking for like a low magic Conan game and you throw them in the dreams of a god, there might be some problems there. So just make sure that the players are up for that sort of big deal, I would say. Throwing that out there.
Yeah, no, that's a really good point. One time I ran a game and I said, oh, we're going to play a game, but it's not going to be epic at all. It's going to be like down-to-earth, individual, really cool. And I went back on my word, and the intro of the game was like a super epic intro about the gods and stuff. And the players immediately said, wow, that was too epic for this game. and we didn't play that night. I was like, yeah, I'm done. Like, that's what happened because I fucked up and excuse my language, but I screwed up and I just didn't want to play anymore because I was like, man, I had this really good idea and it didn't work out and it just sucked, and because my players are stupid. But at the end of the day, it was my fault for not giving the players what they wanted, you know? Because that's, in a way, kind of our charge as a GM. And not 100%, because I believe that you as a GM should have fun just as much as the players, whatever. But, you know, there's some point where you have to realize that, you know, you're kind of the fun beacon.
Exactly,
Or the
dude.
not fun beacon. Yeah, you gotta be the beacon.
I'm gonna use that story because, dude, if dude shows up with his father's sword and he's a squire and he's just trying to figure out where he's gonna take a poop that day, and you tell him he's in the dream of a god, it might sort of be like, wait, what?
Oh man, everyone's talking about the bags under my eyes. Someone said, I got my sister to watch your videos, and she was like, "Is this guy okay?" I think I'm okay. I'm a functional adult. I work. I'm married happily. I have pets. I make a living.
You're in charge of the finances of our company.
I am in charge of the finances. I also, you skip this. I do crack cocaine 2 or 3 times a day, depending on. Anyway,
Just light.
I
A
don't
little light crack.
actually. These bags under my eyes are perfect CMYK colored. So I don't know what joke I'm making right now.
You have your ink density bags.
You hit a rock on that raft.
They are.
Trip.
You hit a rock, and the raft is just that thin one, so it hits your knee.
So
No,
you guys,
man,
are we going to answer a question?
I'm
or-
serious. Well, we will, but I just wanted to say one more thing. I got a comment a while back, and I told you this. It said, you look like a drug addict. He said, you look like a drug addict, and I said, I'm high on life. And he said, yeah, or on drugs. Like, he didn't believe me at all. He was like, life. Yeah. I'm pretty sure you meant
yeah.
blow,
I see
actually. But anyway. So plain text asks, to each of you, make up a 2 to 3 sentence character concept for some game you might one day play. What would they be? 2 to 3 sentence character concept. I'm gonna. I'll go unless you two want to go right now.
No, man, go for it.
Go for it.
I want to play someone who's found something. So 2 to 3 sentence character concept. Master Wellington has found the ancient onyx of Dalmashu, which is known to turn any soil into fertile soil. But he's not the only person looking for it. That's a character I want to play. That just came from nowhere, but that sounds fun.
Ooh, I like it. Dalmashu. James, me or you? Who
You.
talks first? You talk first. I talk first.
You talk first on the Mad
First,
Max.
I thought,
Hey, James, what do you do on the Mad Max?
I play guitar on the Mad Max.
I do. I play guitar on a Mad Max. You might have seen me. I swing around on the chains. I got a really nice rig. It's the last remaining speakers in existence. You gotta run them hot though for the tubes. All right. So I want to play a character in Crore. I haven't even talked with Matt about this. He'll probably never see this. I wanted to play a character on Crore who started out as one of the seething kind of slithery like arch wizards, you know, in the low magic kind of world, but got a brutal head injury and now has no impulse control and has found out that he is really a bloodthirsty fighter.
Oh,
So
cool.
this mage who just has this crazy head injury. Every once in a while, there's a spark of magic. So like probably an Eldritch Knight. Every once in a while, there's a spark of magic, but this guy's just no impulse control. Like he grabs people's food and eats it. Says everything that's on his mind. You know, a game master's dream. My
That's
character would do that is tattooed on his face.
Oh man, James, you beat me to it, man. You
Oh,
beat
man.
the spammer.
I read it and I was like,
Dude, that song sounded so hot though, man. I was about to click on it. No, Tim, that sounds rad. And the reason that sounds rad to me is because that is Crore as hell.
yeah,
It's the
exactly.
idea of a magic user that's been hit in the head, doesn't use magic except for like some sort of wires crossing glitch every now and again, but just
Exactly.
beats the snot out of people.
Dude, I love it.
I love that. I love Crore.
And I would want it to be something innocuous, like he was beat that badly for like a piece of bread.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Like, there's no
Exactly.
story. Dude was just around, and someone just brained him with a rock, expecting him to die, and he woke up. Just, yeah.
Gunnar Darksteel, his brother, I think, was killed for wooden coins, fake coins.
Oh my
Yeah.
gosh.
And it's like, dude. So,
Poor baby. Poor baby.
Crore is awesome. Barker, tell people who ask about your eyes that you're related to Steve Buscemi. That's funny. I'm actually related to Steve Buscemi. It's funny that you mentioned that. You can tell by the eyes. So, everybody.
That got me so good.
It did. I'm so glad it did. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in.
Whoa,
to
whoa, whoa.
Winds of Source.
James didn't
I'm
go.
sorry. Go ahead. Sorry.
I
What?
was like, it's late. I'm gonna let him end it. So
Oh no, go
I
ahead,
really
James.
I really want to play a character in Harbinger that owns
Who
a ship.
drives an RC
and
car
crew.
on a soccer field, hitting a ball into a goal. I really want to play Rocket League, is what I'm trying to say.
And you know what?
Dare
He
to
invents
run.
French fries and Taco Bell. No, I want to play a character in Harbinger that doesn't have the concerns for any of the highborn BS that's going on. He doesn't care about the Harbinger ship that has entered orbit. He pilots a ship, not pilots, captains a ship with a crew that does salvage operations. Basically like Firefly in Harbinger. Like, I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. Like, super Edge of the Empire style salvage missions in Harbinger. The world we're working on. Playtest hopefully by the end of this year, and I'm gonna do it.
God, that is so cool.
I know.
so
I
excited.
just want to do it. I'm like, oh yeah. So
Yep.
So good.
That's the thing that when that started, it was funny. Harbinger is a thing that we all started working on, and no one ever said, "Hey, let's work on this." We were
Yeah,
all just
exactly.
like, it was like the creativity thing. All of a sudden, one day, we were all doing Harbinger crap.
and I was like, oh wait a minute.
It was so awesome.
Yeah, super cool.
All right. So, thank you everybody for tuning in. At the end of the day, you know, the thing that we're focusing on is turning this into something like this. You know, you can't really tell because it's blank on this side. Turning a blank sheet of paper into something with actual stuff on it. Even if you don't use it, just create stuff, create things. Go to Absolute Tabletop's Facebook page and check out the link there. Using that link, you can write a 200-word or more creative lore or encounter or thing based on a map that we provide for you that Matt drew. And if you submit that using the Google Doc on that link, we will give you a free supplement from AbsoluteTabletop.com. Any supplement you want. Thank you all for tuning in. 10 sessions, man. This is our decade session, and I love this campaign. It's taught me a lot about my homebrew world. There's a lot I've learned from running this game, and I feel like I'm humbled that there are still 21 people watching us talk about Rocket League. So before we go, I'll let these two fine gentlemen introduce themselves. Go ahead, James.
I'm James from Tabletop Terrors and Absolute Tabletop. You heard me say a lot of words already. Definitely do what Barker said. Go write your 200 words, get your free supplement, and tell your friends that all they have to do to get a free supplement is to write 200 words.
Yep, that's absolutely. Share it with your friends. Tim.
That's it. I am Tim with Tabletop Terrors. Like I said, we'd love to have you if you haven't subscribed. Come visit us. We post videos that are just like what you're experiencing now, and it's just an honor to be in this game, man. I won't ever stop saying that. So thank you all for watching. Have an awesome weekend.
Likewise, I'm going to let these East Coasters go to bed and/or play Rocket League. Thank you so much for tuning in. My name is Barker from Be a Better Game Master. Double tap, peace, Godspeed, blog, Godspeed. Goodbye. What? What?